what they have in common, what is more on the individual level, and so on. And it was like, yeah, maybe there are 1,000 nannies in the community now, and we have like 100 that are very involved and 35 that have responsibilities. And it was very interesting because we often think about like people who have been dominated and maybe are in this path of seeking dignity, just need other people to just set what is good for them, and that's it. But no, we had to take the time, and it's very difficult for people who work like 50 hours a day, a week, and that have a lot of responsibility and so on. But they took this time because it was important for them, and we arrived to this model of cooperative that was very interesting because it's innovative. They have the opportunity for the first time to work with a team. They have the opportunity to value their work, their skills, and so on. And I think that when we talk about, yes, forking capitalism, it's very important to understand this aspect of domination, understand how we can remove that, but also to understand how we can preserve the opportunity for workers or users to have access to those services. So I will stop here, but it's a very quick way to help understand the process that we have been through and the opportunity that is at the end, because it's really about also social innovation actually, and governance should be really at the center and not something that is taught afterwards. And I'm very curious actually about the work of Calum, because he's explaining like all the process, and I also think that the question of the time is very important, like how trust is built between the people, how they can feel empowered to give their ideas and so on. So I really wanted to understand like how long it took you to just first think that you were forking this capitalism and then making people engage in this process.
Maybe first, I don't know to what extent we're like, I don't think we approached this project thinking we were forking capitalism. If that is an effect of it, then I think it's successful, but I think we have a long way to go before. I think it's more about carving out space for non-capitalist forms of relation and exchange. Something that we learned by doing these different experiments and has allowed us to find ways of building trust. Where like in this role-playing game at Cave, this kind of initial experiment that we talked about, where a lot of the artists didn't already know each other, we asked them to spend 36 hours playing this game together and then spend a month online deciding what to do with actual resources. With some small facilitation from us, but not really any facilitation in the terms of idea creation or creating opportunities to like actually learn about ideas as they were forming. And what we found is that for some of the more prestigious opportunities, there were very intense feelings of competition amongst the participants, such that I think it was like a relatively negative experience for people who didn't actually then get that resource. And so from this, we tried to think more about how we could minimize feelings of competition and create opportunities for the sharing of resources and for new collaborations to form. And so what we started doing is hosting workshops where we invite the participating artists to discuss their shared needs and to think about what is missing in their practices currently and what resources they currently don't have access to. And we found that this helps to establish common ground amongst practitioners So like in the current paradigm, you're expected to go up for these increasingly competitive opportunities like grants and residencies by crafting what you write in a tone of being like something you will create in the future. Like you describe an artwork before you've even had an opportunity to make it, such that it seems like it's this impenetrable, perfect thing, when of course the development process changes a lot of things. And so what we've tried to do is just open up the idea creation process and create like a peer support environment so that people can jump onto ideas that they share and work together on things. And ultimately this has been quite successful. So we found that, yeah, establishing common ground is really an important part of any kind of like distributed decision-making process. And when I was hearing you talk, it also seemed like this establishment of a common ground is really important to the work you were doing. And I'm curious like how you approached facilitating that, or, because I guess you said there's up to even 1,000 people. How do they communicate with each other, or how have they built trust with each other?
Yes, it's a very challenging thing actually, and often we have the feeling that we might go faster if we had like the good tools. Actually, like most of the nannies in Paris region are like senior women with migration background, women who have left school very early. They suffer from digital divide. They might have a very nice smartphone, but in the end, they will use it only for maybe WhatsApp Messenger and texting with the kids and things like that. And they work like 50 hours a week. Sometimes I will do extra work that is not really like legal and things like that. So we have a big issue about making the space and the time so that you can build those peer-to-peer relationships. And from that, having something that is a common ground, as you said, because, and even I would say like, what we look for is having them thinking that it's their project, this is their resources, and so on. And so I think that like what was like there was like a catalytic reaction that was the fact that my mother is a nanny first, and so somehow like role modeling is helping a lot. The fact that she just quit her job, she put herself in a very vulnerable situation because, of course, like you don't have a job anymore, so how do you live? But this engagement that she was able to show to others built trust in the first time. And we are very aware that if tomorrow she's about saying like, okay, I'm quitting the project, it might be like something very difficult for the project and so on. And so from the beginning, we started to think about, okay, it's really interesting to have role modeling, but we should replicate that. We should not rely on only one person, because then you start again to centralize everything, like all the decisions should go through her, all the processes and things like that. And so we tried actually to identify other women like her in the community that were able to also be like representative of this trust. And from that, we had to work on another thing that was the fact that they have to have self-confidence. It's something that is often important in some sectors where you have this, unfortunately, domination spirit that is so high that people think that nothing is possible, I cannot take agency of my own life. And so we really had this approach of talking about skills, like hard skills, soft skills that they have, to make it very real for them. And little by little, having them getting engaged, doing things, seeing the result of what they were producing, and so on. And I would say like another level also that was important to bring this common ground was really to acknowledge what was common. And from what common assets they might get some interest. And so we have two organizations, a nonprofit and a cooperative. And what was very interesting was the fact that stakeholders started to work with us quite early. We had no money, no power, no network, but it started to have this dynamic. And so we just had this analysis saying like, okay, actually there are two things that are really common. Like if they are separated, it doesn't exist. Their data, like who are they, where are they, what are they doing really, what is their life, and so on. And also their expertise, because the experience that they have is way more developed than what they have in only training. On training, you will have like the theory, but not really like the practical aspects. And so we started to really like acknowledge that in the community, and it's a lot of value for them. And then they feel like, okay, we should protect that. And even more than we had like some tentative of some organization to steal their data or things like that, you know. And so you start to build this kind of sense of community and about also having a path that is common. And I think that is taking a lot of time and also a lot of communication. And so what we try to do is really like taking any little time that they have. So we do WhatsApp groups because it's easy for them, and we have a space where we can welcome them and so on. But we really seek to amplify that because otherwise it's very difficult to keep on, you know.
I'm also just really curious in some of the more like practical and operational dimensions of the cooperative, and how do people join, and does everybody have an equal share, or like how do people gain shares in the cooperative, and if that also is something that is tied to decision-making power, or yeah, just how that's structured?
Yeah, we have this engagement ladder that makes clear for everyone, and every time we had meetings or boards or things like that, we had this opportunity to really challenge that. And so for now, at the bottom of this ladder, we consider just that you as a beneficiary of this whole system. So you have access to information, you have access to training because it's also a learning community and so on. And once you start to be willing to engage, then you go through a next level. You become an ambassador. So it means that you really cherish this project and you want to be part of it. And it might be just you give 1 hour a year, or maybe you are here every Saturdays. And it's very important to not make some kind of hierarchy that is not meaningful, because not all of them can get engaged at the same level. So we really base these stages on their will to get involved. And so some of them actually had so many responsibilities that they became employee of our nonprofit and cooperative. And then if they want, they can actually have a share in the cooperative, but they should go through the process, because trust is then set and they know each other, and it's easier. And now that we have this cooperative, it's very funny because we have some new nannies that came through the cooperative and not from all the other process, so they're only employee, and from the same process they are like having this learning experience with the others that will enable them in 1-2 years to have a share as well and participate. And in this cooperative, actually, we have also shares for institutions like the city hall and so on. So what we are trying to do is really like having this also this advocacy actually on the fact that what the value that they are producing is not only for them, it's also for the city hall, it's also for the state and so on. And so what we are looking for also through this cooperative is having like a fair distribution of responsibilities also, and having this engagement of different stakeholders.
It reminds me of like a land trust model of trying to engage with a wider context and milieu where something is situated, and I think it's really amazing that you found ways of giving shares over to like local government, and yeah, so it's kind of expanding beyond just the cooperative to involve other stakeholders is something also that with Black Swan we're trying to figure out how to do.
And what are the challenges right now, and what do the community want about that?
So we're in the process of devising like our longest experiment. We want to do a year-long beta test where we recruit a number of artists in Berlin, where we're located, I don't know if I said that, and have them decide what to do with resources that have been staked by various cultural institutions. And for us, it's really important that we ask institutions to stake their resources to this artist community, and then have no decision-making power over how these resources are used. And in our experiment so far, they're pretty willing to offer something up, but at the moment, I think the biggest challenge is like money, as it often is. So while it's easy to get resources, it's hard to get like time remunerated. But yeah, that's kind of what is in store next. I think something we also haven't really put too much attention to is like the legal context. So that seems to be like a challenge to come.
A very funny challenge indeed. Yes, and I think that to finish, it's very interesting that you mentioned the fact that money is the issue, because actually when we talk about capitalism, we talk about investment often. And when we talk about those new form of economy, investment is very low. Because the understanding of the value is not very common, and so I think that there is a big work to do on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to take another 15-minute break, and we're going to be back at 1:30 for a conversation on art and technology. I'll see you soon.
Took my love away from me, and you broke my heart again. Ooh. Time is just a masquerade. Time to masquerade. It doesn't heal you like they say. It doesn't heal you like they say. Build the lives we carry. Is over when the trust has gone. Time is just a masquerade. Time is just a masquerade. It doesn't heal you like they say. Like they say. We build our lives, we carry on. We build our lives, we carry on. Love is over when the trust has gone. but I'm from Venus and you're from Mars. Will you ever know how I want and I need you so? Heaven sent me an angel down to turn my heart and soul around. So good. Just another night, I take a chance and make it right. Now, no time for doubt anymore. No, no. The look in your eyes could be the same as it was before, and I can't let you go. I won't let you go. Baby, please don't go. I can't let you go. Deep inside, a feeling of wonder, some kind of magic in your eyes, and the feeling grows stronger every day. Just for you, I give you everything. Just for you, from me, give my heart honestly. Close your eyes. You know I'm here with you, sharing the love you bring so sweetly. It's special and brand new in so many ways. Just for you, love from me, I give you sweet everything. Just for
right, we can start getting back. This panel is called Artists and Technology, Substitution or Coevolution. And this is really interesting because in conversations about technological disruption, art is not the first thing that comes to mind to us, usually. But if we think about where our attentions have been in the past few years, in 2021, we had the NFT wave, which came on the back of empowering creators and artists. And this year, we are talking a lot about how text-to-image AI generators are redefining the relationship between artists and technology and leaving us maybe worried or maybe wondering about where this could go in the future. So this is what this panel is going to be about. We're going to have a conversation about whether art and technology are here to sort of co-evolve in a more meaningful relationship with humans, and how we can do that, how we can achieve that. So our speakers for today are Sara Polak, who is an Oxford-educated archaeologist working on artificial intelligence. How amazing is that? An archaeologist working on artificial intelligence. Yeah. Okay. But we need more people in AI like you. And she has worked in startups in London and LA for 7 years, and after almost 10 years abroad, returned back home to Czech Republic to help centralize the innovative and technological environment and boost Czech Republic's economy and society through multidisciplinary scalable adoption of cutting-edge technologies. She has a PhD in exploring the evolution of music and the effect of Mozart's compositions on human cognition. And she's writing a book on memes in history. So very excited also to learn about some of Sara's latest work. And then we have with us Alec, who is an experimental electronic musician, best known as the driving force behind the hugely influential and internationally successful band Atari Teenage Riot. He's also a prolific and distinguished solo artist, producer, and DJ, and has released over 20 long-play albums, contributed to dozens of film soundtracks, and remixed over 70 tracks for artists including Bjork, Rammstein, Slayer, and many more. An outspoken and fiercely independent artist, he's widely recognized as one of the icons of digital counterculture and the conscience of electronic music. So they're going to present our work for us today, and then we'll have the benefit of listening into a conversation between these two brilliant minds. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Apparently, the ladies start, so it's always the most difficult kind of, because I have to talk about myself like an ego narcissist. But I really want to thank you for being invited here. It's the more I've been reading about it, it's just absolutely fascinating, especially for me as an archaeologist and kind of evolutionary anthropologist, because what I see happening is a change in the shift of society. Because if you imagine that we've been living for 3 million years, during which our brains have been kind of adapting and adopting to a kind of sense of abstraction, when we first see in the archaeological record a propensity to create music in the Upper Paleolithic, vocalize symbolically, create kind of symbolic funerals and things like that, you can kind of see that humans and technology have been co-evolving for millions of years. But also for about 99% of our history, we've been living in kind of tribal hunter-gatherer societies, and that's what our brains are adapted to. And suddenly we're living in nation states of 10, 50, 200 million people, and we're surrounded by institutions that are not evolutionarily flexible. So I had the massive honor of being a part of the NGO of Parallel Polis very recently for a couple of years, where the kind of parallelity of societies was really interesting to me. So like on one hand, you have the nation state, but then you have these new technological forces, and whether that's AI or blockchain, it doesn't actually really matter. They're these things that are pushing evolution forward and enabling a different scaling of society. But what is actually really interesting, and what is very fresh for me as a career direction as well, that I decided, right, enough, I want to make a lot of money, so I'm going to science. But I actually started a research group called Chaos, where we want to simulate Plato's polis in virtual reality and use it as a kind of ethical simulator for how people behave when challenged with difficult decisions. So like when your taxes go up, for example, and how people will behave, whether they will kind of split off and start a new society, whether they will conform. And through this, we want to understand the anatomy of civilization. And I want to basically understand people's behavior on blockchain, people's behavior in the digital sphere, and see whether they're basically just replicating the tribal hunter-gatherer behaviors of the past 3 million years or not. And then, of course, what that means for our social cohesion, and of course, like our sense of abstraction as well, how ideas spread and what it also means to be human. So we're at the very beginning. Like right now, I'm literally just dealing with the admin with the university, trying to set the group up, which is painful. But I hope that very soon we'll get started into some actual research. I'm really excited and very honored to be here with Alec and being able to talk to all of you. So thank you.
Now it's on, right? You can hear me? Okay. Yeah, where should I start now? I've done many things. The MC mentioned some of them. But I think why I'm here is what I did since the beginning. I was starting the punk scene, but then I ended up somehow in the hacker underground scene in Berlin, and started this group, Atari Teenage Riot, and the idea was to only program music on the Atari computer, right? At the time, it was already a computer that was starting to be outdated a little bit, but it became this, not this dogma, I would say, but we said, okay, we have to force ourselves to program like the music, not like, because if you look at music, before that, a lot of people included electronic sounds. They would have a band, and then they would, with real musicians, right? Like playing instruments with physical force, muscle memory, and so on. And we said, okay, this is sort of like a phenomenon of the industrial age, probably. So we have to type it. And I don't know if you heard my music. At the time, we had this idea, riot sounds produce riots. That's a poem by William S. Burroughs. We thought if we simulate a riot digitally, the riot will happen. So that's based on this sort of principle. Art changes often first, and then the culture changes, and then probably the society, I mean, you hear this maybe now quite often where people say the culture should change, and then there's going to be a feedback from the politics, and then slowly the whole society changes, right? I mean, because some people think some bureaucrats create some laws, the whole society will get better, or whatever the goal is. And we often see that's not the case. If they are not enforced, or nobody cares about the laws, so it's the culture that does the regulation, or is that the right word? Okay, so was part of hacker culture since the early 90s. This record that I programmed on the Atari computer was called Delete Yourself. And it was a warning about the coming surveillance state. I have to add that I was born in Berlin. I grew up in the city with the war, so I had some family members on the east side, the socialist east, where people lived really under surveillance in a way. Artists were not free. You had to hand in your lyrics to a committee and so on, and then they would tell you what you're allowed to earn, and if you disagree with the government, they would even arrest you, and so on. If you maybe seen the movie Lives of Others, which I think also won an Oscar, I think it shows quite well what the atmosphere was. So it wasn't the utopian ideal, that defeated fascism. It ended up in a tyrannical nightmare, I think, okay? So, okay, but I was on the West, and I think that kind of shaped my view, and I thought, okay, now then the wall fell in '89, and to me that's a key event that when we look back now, we could say the industrial age ends or fades out, and the information age starts. And to me, always the fall of the Berlin Wall and then the collapse of the Soviet Union kind of mark that if we have to tie events to these things, right? And I think then the culture also started changing. But now, if you see a DJ set or you go to some big festival, people would have a laptop on stage, often DJs, that's the only tool they use. That's normal. But you have to understand, like when we started, people actually want to physically fight us. They were like, you're killing jobs, you know, you're replacing humans, and so on. So there was always that battle, but on the other side, the hacker scene always embraced these ideas. And the album Delete Yourself was discovered by the band Beastie Boys. I don't know if you remember them, and they had their own label, and it came out also in America, and it sold 1 million records, okay? And at that time, everybody was wondering, okay, what is going on here? There are these people, like, there's one Atari computer, they undercut everyone else with their big productions, and there's more energy coming out of this. And that was that kind of time, yeah, where you saw technology, you can use that and disrupt a whole industry. And I mean, then with that, of course, techno music and all this stuff started to really take off. But I think the feedback I always had from the hacker scene was that no other music really captured the philosophy of the, for example, the Hacker Manifesto and stuff like that. Because that was so inspirational to us, that was the music we wanted to make. Okay, and then now, forward, I don't want to speak for half an hour about this, but it keeps going on, you know, and the hacker group Anonymous embraced our music, WikiLeaks also, and people from Tor, you know, and so 2010, so this keeps going. It's always a dialogue in a way between people who try to create the tools that help you to navigate probably through the internet or through life in a more sovereign way. Could we say that? That you control your data, you have your privacy rights. We always defended property rights in cyberspace, for example. Big discussion, because people thought the moment you step into the virtual world, you lose basically all rights, right? I mean, nobody needs to respect you. There are no human rights. You don't own anything. You shouldn't control your data, and so on. So that battle is an old battle. Okay. So, and we were kind of, when we look back now, we're kind of documenting almost this evolution in culture, because that was the only thing we did. It wasn't like, okay, we make some music and here's one song. You know, so every track, every piece of music is only about these topics, and that's why I think also I was invited here. And of course, I'm embracing Ethereum and NFTs and all that stuff, okay? So I don't know, but we can talk about it more. Like,
yeah, definitely. I mean, we were just talking over a coffee, and like we really hit on a lot of interesting points. Again, like from history's perspective, what I loved when you were saying that the industrial age was kind of ending and the information age was starting. You have these periods in human history where technology has been used both by the institutions to kind of create this illusion of cohesion, to keep a large group of people together, and music was always instrumental to that. I mean, national anthem, like, is a prime example. And basically, the institutions hacking the evolutionary algorithm and the brains of humans to basically exert control, because, like, we can't help it. Like, even, there was a really interesting article, and of course I can't remember who wrote it, but my old professor who studied the evolution of music basically spoke about the way that public places have been designed, and that they're actually very purposefully designed with a very particular echo in mind that often echoes the kind of caves that we grew up in, like during the Paleolithic, and that because we're so tuned to the fact that hearing echo actually gives us a sense of like a higher power, and that we kind of associate that. Plus, when you imagine that a lot of the times in churches, in the kind of smoking thing, you'd have like a combination of opium and marijuana, or like various hallucinogens. You're really hacking the algorithm when you've got like an echo and like this magic smoke coming out, then you're really going to have a good time. And so the institutions have started kind of using technology to combine with these evolutionary principles. But what is weird and what is happening right now, and it's actually a very exciting time for an archaeologist to be alive, is that the democratization and the spreading of technology, you also have the bottom-up approach where the technology is starting to be used in reverse to kind of push back. And unfortunately, the way that like history is often taught in history books, we kind of think that this is like the first time it's happening. But what I absolutely love was studying Mozart, actually. And like when Mozart started writing, did any of you, okay, I'm a massive nerd, but any of you saw the opera Don Giovanni? Yes? Okay, Don Giovanni is like the best opera out there. Okay, I'm really fun at parties, by the way. And
easy.
Oh, sorry. It's a good opera. It's an okay opera. No. But basically, Mozart was a massive mad lad, and he was sponsored first by the Bishop of Salzburg, and then he was sponsored by the Austrian Emperor himself. And there's an aria in the opera where first like a bride gets spanked on stage, which for like 18th century is pretty, you know, and then they sing an aria all together where they put their fists up and they start screaming liberty into the stage. And imagine you've got the Austrian emperor sitting there, and you've got this dude who's like 33 years old who suddenly wrote a kind of semi-erotic, extremely long opera about liberty and basically emancipating from the institutions. That's pretty hardcore, but when you learn about Mozart in history books, you always like learn about his wig, and you have to memorize what date he wrote The Marriage of Figaro, and that's it. So what I'm really interested in, how these kind of forms of art have been used both from like the top down, but also bottom up. And here's my question to you, which I loved what we were talking about earlier. We're now getting to the stage where the kind of hacker culture, which I wasn't growing up in and know very little compared to you, it was kind of a pretty elite group of people, not elite in the sense of like money, but elite in the sense of the access to information and the approaches. But now, as kind of blockchain and cryptocurrencies become more mainstream, you've got the mainstream who weren't there at the beginning suddenly adopting these same principles. Do you feel it's kind of watering it down, or is this the revolution that we want? You know, like, because there's a bit of a schizophrenia, I think, in the narrative sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's a change that needs to happen. And of course, when you mention NFTs, most people, I think, at this point now would think of stupid stuff, right? I mean, or scams or bad actors in the space. But this is about, I always say, it's a global, private, rules-based property rights system. And this is what it's about. And if some idiot uses it to something, you know, for something that I disagree with, I don't really care. I'm for freedom of speech also, and I think that same goes for art and creativity. I don't have to sit, let's say, in the cinema and go, oh, you know, this scene, why isn't this done like that? You know, like, I mean, we see this, right, in the public debate. Why isn't this actor this guy or this woman or and so on? And I'm like, okay, like, make your own, you know. And now is the time. The door's open. You know, yeah, it might not be a big blockbuster, for example, or you wouldn't be the big star, maybe if you're a musician, but nobody's stopping you, because once you own the rights and you can control them, this empowers you. And I've seen this myself many times, because since I started, it was always, okay, we have to control, we have to own our works, we have to also start our own label at the time. It was the right move. Then we were licensing the stuff out to other labels where we were like, okay, we can keep controlling the work. We don't have to compromise because somebody who doesn't even understand it tries to make it maybe more commercial or whatever. So, and that worked in the long run way better for us than some artists I've seen who sign some deal with a big company and they become, you know, just some sort of puppet almost. I don't want to, you know, belittle that, but they thought, okay, if they enter this big machine, that will help them faster. And very often this was very short-sighted because they probably had bigger promotion budgets and stuff, but the creativity wasn't even, the ideas weren't even there. You know, so you can spend, I think everybody who was involved in a creative project knows, it's, yes, you need a sort of budget, and you understand where you put the money and how you invest it in a way, because that's what you're doing. But the amount, that doesn't help you if you have bad ideas. You know, and I think that goes almost for a whole society at this point, right? I mean, if you have, we had this during the lockdowns, the COVID years, you're right, in Germany, many artists were like, okay, the government needs to fix this, they need to give us this money because we can't tour or whatever. And I think that's wrong thinking in a way, because these people, I mean, if you have to ask somebody for money who has not produced anything and doesn't even understand what you're doing, to me that's a problem. And in the old world, yeah, you had to kind of sometimes go about this way, right? I mean, but now I think there are alternatives. Yeah. Okay, and so this is why crypto is the solution, in my opinion.
Yeah,
in all kinds of ways, you know.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I love the kind of aspect you mentioned about the creativity and not the process necessarily, because having worked in artificial intelligence, people love working hard, but not because like they actually love working hard, but because they feel it gives their end product more legitimacy. So if you like slave away on a painting like for 10 hours and someone else like generates it through Midjourney, then you know they haven't done as good a job because they haven't sweated the blood that you have. And it's really interesting, for example, when Impressionism came in and during the Industrial Revolution, the paints and the brushes started to be more commercially made, all of the kind of artists from like the old school and the old Dutch painting school were like, what? Like I have this screwing up Monet guy just sitting there and painting like bits of greenery, like that's not art, you know. And they were threatened by the fact that some generations suddenly had it easier. And what's really interesting is now you see that in the kind of like AI world, where I hear a lot of ridiculous discussions about, oh, you know, game over, like, you know, AI replaced humanity. They're generative algorithms. They have no consciousness. There is no creativity. It's statistics on steroids, where you basically have a text-to-image encoder and you say, you know, paint a picture of two beautiful people discussing important things, and it just paint the two of us right here in this setting. But you have to give it the idea, like it's got nothing of its own. So like rather than focusing on the process, and again, I saw this when I was working in the various startups, I used to work in Industry 4.0 because everything has to have a buzzword. And I remember once I went into this great automotive and they were like, you know, starting to digitalize. And I was like, okay, so what do you want to do? And they were like, we would like to buy one AI, please. I was like, oh, crap, okay, right. There's a severe misunderstanding here. And I was like, okay, but why do you want to buy this one AI? And they were like, oh, because the innovation manager read an article and he said that it's good because he saw it on Twitter. It's like, where do you have your data? And he pointed towards this cupboard with a lot of paper in it. I was like, what are we meant to do with this? Like, you need Excel, not AI. Like, forget about AI. Like, if you don't even have data, what do you want us to do with it? And so people keep obsessing about these new technologies, attributing to them human qualities that they don't have. And then the kind of discussion about art, when kind of AI does something human, like music or art or poetry, we have this like ego of that it's infringing on the work and on our legitimacy, when it's actually about the spark and the idea. That's the real kind of wonder behind it.
Yeah, yeah. No, because it is, you know, I think when you're creative, you move forward, right? So I mean, of course there is something where you combine maybe elements of the past, but there's much more information, if you want to call it, influencing that, or we can't really figure this out yet, because that's why the human brain would use so much energy, right? When you're creative, I think.
Yeah.
Isn't that the case? I mean, this is what I keep hearing, and sometimes I think that's why it's also ridiculous. It's almost like an employee mindset when somebody says, oh, I worked 10 hours on this painting, now it's worth this. Yeah. It's because, and I know this myself, sometimes you do something in 10 minutes and it makes more money if that's a measurement. But I think it needs to be, price signals I think are important, you know. I mean, a lot of artists always hate me for saying this. I'm saying, look, in a world where the feedback that you get online is deeply corrupted, right? I mean, views are fake, likes are fake, follower amounts are fake. So this is you want to base this, your decisions that are very important for your life and your career on flawed, corrupted data, you know? And I think we've seen this also with politicians, right? I mean, I think they all do it, right? And I think it was Obama, also Trump, they had their Twitter followers cut in half or something at some point, and it's like, yeah, it's fraud, right? And I think what we will witness very soon, in my opinion, is this house of cards will fall down, because a lot of people believed a lot of lies for over a decade now, Web 2, right? And the numbers need to make sense, and often when people actually pay for something, there's a cost, and they think about it, and there's value, you know. So, and if you're an artist and you want to be creative, you can't think like in terms of hours or something, because the market, in the end of the day, will give it the right price. And sometimes that's why NFTs are so good. I think if you can include the sort of royalty or like a percentage in a smart contract, when it gets resold, let's say for a higher price, the artist still gets something. So I think that's very important, because people don't understand why that's important. You know how frustrating this is if somebody makes something and maybe sells it, let's say a painting, and then you get discovered later, but you never get the rewards for it, you know. And why is this important? Like, I always ask people, what kind of artist do you want to see, right? Do you want to see this sort of like the starving, struggling artist who is, by the way, most of the times more corrupt? I mean, people think, oh, that artist is sacrificing himself or whatever for the, you know, the greater good or something. It's mostly marketing, and behind the scenes, these are often the worst people. I mean, that's my experience. It might be, and then, or do you want somebody who kind of reinvests and knows, okay, that's great. They have this sort of like healthy relationship with the fans or with whoever likes the stuff, right? And I want to see that person also, because they can criticize stuff, right? I think Web 2 has led to this, I think, really toxic pop culture, where people like, oh my God, if I lose followers, they are scared. And I don't want to have some scared animal as an artist. I want somebody who inspires me, you know, and not like somebody, oh, if I say something wrong to Alec, oh my God, like I'm gonna, you know, give him always the same stuff. It's wrong. But I think my experience has been also with people in tech that they often, it's almost they have no culture. You know what I mean? I mean, there is a culture, but I mean, they don't have, if you ask them, have you ever listened to Mozart, they look at you, you know, what are you talking about, you know?
I've been there, but it's the kind of homogeneity of, because that's actually when people say, oh, what is artificial intelligence, what's terrifying about it? It's not Terminator, because that doesn't exist, but it's about, like, on the Web 2 space, creating these bubbles of, like, what is rewarded as good behavior. Because things like recommendation algorithms that recommend content to you, art to you, films to you on Netflix or whatever, like, on one hand, like, because there's like a virtue in things being free, You think that you're using your Facebook and your WhatsApp and everything for free. You're not. Like you're leaving behind up to like 50,000 different data attributes behind you that all feed the algorithm that then kind of gives you things to like. And if you want to fit into the algorithm, and if you want to get like, okay, so I have like this historical tech thing on Instagram, and I had to start paying for it because I get like between 5 and 15 likes usually, and then I always see like the videos rate my ass out of 10, and it's like, 5,000 views. I think, okay, no one's interested in the history of the steam engine, fine, crying. But the reason...
This might be wrong, right? They might be interested. Don't you think?
That's true. Well, everyone's interested.
No, but how can you actually tell on those platforms?
You're absolutely, because the people don't get access to it, and I think this is the like.
I've never seen it, so why the smart algorithm?
It's not a smart algorithm.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? I mean,
in
theory, it should recommend this stuff and not like bikini girls or whatever. Instagram. I mean, it's so depressing. Like for me as an experience, I'm like, okay, I'm in Warsaw now. Okay, goodbye. I need to log off immediately because everything that's getting suggested to me is like...
It's just boring.
Not even that. I think it's worse than boring.
But I actually think that like this is the biggest added value of blockchain. So if we take the scams to one side and all of that, it's actually like a deeply anthropological tool that enables us to move evolutionarily forward. Because, for example, things like reciprocity that's existed between people for hundreds of thousands of years. Marcel Mauss wrote a fantastic essay on it called Le Don, which is basically like the idea of peer-to-peer gift giving and reciprocity in society. It's not just about the financial capital, which is, I think, what dominated the Web 2 space. It's about social capital, cultural capital, and being able to put that forward as collateral. So I think that's one aspect, and the other aspect is, and I love that you mentioned that, the kind of virtue in being this tormented, romantic, like, Shelley and his poems in the 19th century, this kind of like dying of tuberculosis, like artist, and that's when you know that you've done well. And what that actually leads to, I've seen the same in science, when like, you're almost like not allowed to ask for money. And I was like setting up the research group, I said, well, one of the things that I want to make sure that we do is make sure that the students are paid well. And the people from the university were like, well, no, they do it for free, and like there's an honor in that. Bullshit, there's honor in that. Like you need to pay rent. Like what do you get for this? Exposure. Well, fantastic. Like that's not going to feed me, and it's not like sexy to die in a ditch. Like I don't know. I would like to be paid well for it. So we're exploring this method, which I actually think is closer to art than people realize at first sight. But like the decentralized science model, where you can patent your idea, or like basically lock down your ideas very quickly so that they don't get stolen, because the scientific community is also like a massive thief fest where you think of something, you mention it in the corridor, and before you know it, because of the publish or perish culture, someone from across the corridor has published something on it and has stolen your idea. And especially in like difficult, tangible things like software and artificial intelligence, this happens all the time, like when people just nick each other's idea, like within Facebook, Google, like all the time. And so I really want to move towards a model where intellectual property is respected, that you're not afraid to save for money for it because like you thought it up, but at the same time when it's like accessible and decentralized. And I think that's like a wonderful thing. And one of the byproducts or main things that I hope that it'll lead to, which again is a great thing you said, is that the stuff will actually be cool. Because I can't speak for art as much, but like for science, it's boring shit that's happening now. Like, pardon my French, because the way that grants work is if you go for like a surefire method, and what you end up is basically like grade 2 projects of like using machine learning to predict earthquakes. That's not interesting, but you're guaranteed to get like European Union funding for it because like it's a sure bet and it's a sure thing and you're using well-known methods, but you're already just incrementally increasing what's already there. You're not coming up with anything new, you're just making it more precise. So the kind of good old days when you would, be a scientist to discover Jupiter or like to find out why the hell we're pulled towards the ground, we're not asking these questions anymore. We're asking boring questions that we know will get us funding and that will get people off our backs and that nature will accept to write an article about. And that's not science in my opinion. So, yeah.
No, and I think this has to do a lot with creative thinking, right? I mean, for example, one thing that I love sometimes when I do film scores, right? Usually people who do film scores, they complain, then the director, he wants me to do this again and I have to put more work in. And I always love that moment because you kind of have to make the scene work, right? So you can't just do anything you want. So you have to support the story or whatever the goal is. You have to kind of like work for the film. You know, there's a different hierarchy in the way. And what I love is like because the scene doesn't change, and you have to find different creative solutions. And I often learn more from that or in that process, because the first step might not be, the first idea might be the most obvious. I mean, for outsiders, they always go like, Alec, I don't get how you come up with this stuff, but still, you go like, maybe let me do 3 like approaches, and they might be totally different. And I think when you have this sort of funding structure, people adapt to that and come up with ideas that they hope will get accepted. And you already narrow, like you never explore these other ways. And even if the director would say, now we got it, like that's great. Okay, I wouldn't never go like, okay, the other 2, let's say I did 3 different versions, or the other 2 things, they were a waste of my time. No, because I made the trip, like I went down that path, and my mind hopefully can access it at a later point or build on that, you know. So yeah, so I think that structure of funding, because we see it in culture too. What people need to understand, I think, in culture, the state cannot produce, okay? And I know people go like, yeah, what does it mean? This is what I'm describing European culture in a way. But you have to understand the state cannot produce, okay? So people get depressed, like filmmakers applying for, like, you know, for the projects and stuff, and it's always, we are missing the real potential here, right? And because that's what it's about. It's about, we need to unlock this potential. And especially in Europe. I mean, when you talk about Mozart, isn't it depressing that Europe has become this place of stagnation, right? Like, there's this rich culture, like history, but it's kind of like frozen. And we can't do anything about it, it seems, right? Yeah. I mean, people try to do things on the side and try to bypass the system, that in Europe it's so powerful that I mean, for example, who said that classical concerts, like music concerts, I always hated that when they recorded them, it's like, it's always this, let's take a step back, put the mics up, and it should sound like in the concert hall. Why don't we approach classical music in the mixing like we would approach electronic music, for example, to make it more exciting? Why has the balance of the instruments always, why does it have to be like that? Why can't I have totally different experiences with that composition? You know, and these are all these things. It drives me crazy, you know, and Europe is missing a huge opportunity if we don't change that, you know.
You're absolutely right. There's actually like a maybe AI parallel that we can use, that until roughly like the 90s, the kind of dominant approach in artificial intelligence was like expert systems. What basically means like you write down every single rule that you know. Of course, every rule that you forget or don't know that exists, like you completely screw up the algorithm, and then the algorithm just like follows like all the possible rules. It's like a massive decision tree. And that's what I feel like, for example, the EU is doing right now with its approach to technology and society. You make a very careful list of like either things that people have complained about or that like, you know, haven't worked out or have worked out. And you do this comprehensive checklist of what you deem to be, and this always terrifies me when someone uses this, objectively moral or like objectively right. Like during the First World War, it was objectively moral to like send your son heroin and cocaine when he was like in the trenches, because like drugs were completely like differently accepted than they are now. Now you send them chocolates, then you'd send him heroin, like, you know, good luck fighting. And so like, and you have like this like set, and it's for like AI regulations. So for example, AI, like now we use the high risk, and high risk is biometric data. But that also means that you can't really implement digital change in our healthcare system. So like, what are you going to do? You're going to have like systems from like the Soviet era that are running our healthcare system, because it's very high risk to do anything with the evil AI in healthcare. And it's just absolutely nonsense. And I feel it's the same about the creative process, that you have to be very careful, like not to upset anyone. And I don't mean like being purposefully like rude or inflammatory just like to look sexy, but like to actually do what is true, and then people either accept it or don't. But like to censor yourself and to censor your thoughts before you even start, so that you're not even answering any like core simple question. You're just kind of like answering what society has listed down for the time being, which changes all the time in history, what is correct, and you just try to fit into it. A very quick example, like when you fill in scientific grants, it's like maybe 40 pages, and you have to like fill in exactly like what you do, how it's going to be used for the greater good, etc., etc. What that means is Europe is lagging economically behind, you know, Asia, behind America. Technologically, we're stagnating. Culturally, we're stagnating. And it's like, for what? For roads that are not even that good? Like, it's a tricky process.
What is the greater good? I never understood this. You know what I mean? It's like people come up with this stuff in every decade, you know, Adolf Hitler, for the greater good, you know, and to me, when people talk like that, immediately I'm like, okay, thank you, no. It's because if you don't define what that is, and I think Europe really needs to do a lot of explaining, or like make clear what are the values now. Do you feel like that too? It's like I felt like this, for example, during the whole Brexit thing. What was the debate in the end about? Like, well, why couldn't Europe convince people in the UK to stay? Because it was almost like empty, an empty bureaucratic machine, right? And I think that's sad, but okay, I seem to be in the minority. Like, even if people are pro-Europe, they can't tell me what it's about at this point. You know, there's no vision really. And I think it's reflected also on the culture in a way, because the culture always reflects this kind of stuff, I think, you know.
You said a superb point, which is that the culture reflects it. And it's really interesting, for example, just before the Second World War, during the Second World War, a huge amount of money was actually given into archaeology, because often culture and like the shared history is kind of like very falsely associated with like the greater good, and what we should aspire to do. And like so many archaeological digs were faked. Like, for example, Mussolini, like he tried to reinvigorate the Roman Empire, so like he spent a ludicrous amount of money on like building these fake Roman monuments and things like that. And it's always very sad when the culture starts reflecting the political desire for the greater good. That always, as you say, like terrifies me. It's just Orwellian. And yeah, the kind of like shared values that you are right, it is empty. And when I used to work in a startup when Brexit was happening, and we weren't like politically involved, but we were doing like the digital infrastructure on both sides of the Brexit campaign. And it was just, I didn't understand the debate. It was just like an empty debate, back and forth. One side was like using the lottery, like literally like a lottery, so that people like give them their email addresses so that they can then send them mass emails, which is like, okay, wow. The other side was kind of like accidentally, because they couldn't filter through the people that they already have, sending like letters and petitions to people who have already died because they didn't have it like in their database. So it was a complete mess. But at the end of the day, it wasn't about values at all. It was just, it was just like this argument for the sake of argument to show how virtuous we are, but it was completely philosophically empty. And yeah, again, it's just boring discourse in the public.
There's also a lot of young people, right? I mean, because in Europe, the narrative was, okay, old racist people are for Brexit. When we were playing shows in England around that time, I was surprised. Everybody, like a lot of musicians playing at maybe the same festivals, or people working there, they were all for Brexit. And I was like, why? Okay. Because I thought these people would they want maybe an open market, because now for British artists it's not that easy anymore to tour like Europe. And to have that access, I mean, it's probably more important for the British to access rest of Europe, because the British never really let many other foreign artists in anyway, apart from America, you know what I mean? So I was always like, okay, I'm the only guy here, and some maybe 3 other people, like, no, because it's very protectionist, because maybe it's an island, right, or something. But yeah, so I think people need to also understand this, that there were a lot of young people. Where did this come from suddenly? They didn't know the 80s, 70s or something, right? So wrong, I mean, in my opinion, they didn't understand the advantages. We need a global, free, open market, especially for culture. If we don't have that, and we see deglobalization right now, right? In a way, sadly, it's like, looks like the Cold War time is coming back. So, started 89, 88, 89, 90. We went in a circle, and now I can use my experience from my teenage years again, it seems. No, but it's people need to understand the environment, I think. And I think all artists should join the crypto space now, because we need this to be global. We can't, if you just think in national borders, you will have a bad time, I think.
100%, and this new kind of cloud civilization that we have is completely irregardless of nation states, and that's, I think, the marketplace where people can start finding an identity again, because I think that it wasn't about Brexit, it's just people have a vacuum in their lives, they don't have anything to cling on to, so you have this artificial tribalism, but I really think that blockchain is a space for like natural tribalism, the way that we kind of evolved as humanity, and I find that really, really exciting, and I'll shut up now, sorry.
Yes?
Hello.
No, I was going to say that this was a fascinating conversation, so just wanted to ask if you have any final remarks before we go into our lunch break.
Join us. Join the dark side. No,
absolutely.
But seriously, it's a call. I think people should get involved in the space. There are not enough people. We need to be more. We need to unlock this potential. Yeah. I think there are so many people who have huge also creative potential, and they are just locked out somehow. Yeah. And we need to find creative solutions for the mess we are in. We can't look towards the past and go like, yeah, well, the 70s we did this. I don't think that will work. Yeah. So that's why creativity is very important right now, I think.
100%, like just be brave, because on social media, people often like don't speak up about the things that they're interested in because they think that no one else is like them. But for example, for me, when I started blending archaeology and artificial intelligence, everyone, like, first people were like, okay, maybe take you to the asylum soon. But then I actually realized that people are interested both in history and tech, and so I do it, and, you know, screw them. I'm not saying that, like, I've discovered anything, like, you know, phenomenal so far, but I hope that I can answer some, like, fundamental questions and find a group of like-minded people that will join, and I really want for everyone to do the same, and I think now, for the first time in history, we have the technology to do that, so use it. Yeah, like a stone tool, like a new stone tool, yes.
That was super inspiring. I can say, having just been at the DevCon, the conference of the Ethereum Foundation, I'll say that we deeply, deeply need more artists and archaeologists in this space, and we should all be empowering ourselves and taking ownership of these new technologies. Thank you so much for being here. We'll now go into our lunch break, so that will go until 3:15 p.m. and we'll be back for our afternoon of sessions. So I'll see you soon.
Stars are shining out for free. Now you're gone, I only feel the longing start here in my blue heart. Colors of my rainbow fade like the promises you made. There's only blue when I think of you. On and on, the world goes by. Dreamers passing through, like a bird that cannot fly. All I want is you. Walking down an empty street, memories are bittersweet. Your joy and pain play a sad refrain. Hard to leave the past behind when two lovers' hearts entwine. Alone I cry here in my blue heart. On and on, the world goes by. Distant memories. When will your song of love let me go? When will I be free? On and on, the world goes by. Distant memories. When will your song of love let me go? When will I be free? Stars are shining out for free. Now you're gone, I only feel the longing start here in my blue heart. In my blue heart. Here in my blue heart. In my blue heart. My blue heart. long, long time. We were running round in high school. I've got to say that you're looking good. You know I never meant to hurt you. Well, I'm happier now that I've ever been. I appreciate all your love and concern, but I still feel the pain. Yeah. Time is just a masquerade. Time is just a masquerade. It doesn't heal you like they say. It doesn't heal you like they say. We build the lives we carry on. We build our lives we carry on. Love is over when the trust has gone. How can I make things right? I was crazy, young and foolish. Ooh, you don't know what you did. I didn't know that he meant so much to you. Yes, you did, girl. You know I'm sorry and I'll prove it. I wanna believe in the words you say. I'll forgive, I'll try. God knows why, 'cause I still feel the pain. Time is just a masquerade. Time is just a masquerade. It doesn't heal you like they say. No, it doesn't heal you like they say. We build the lives we carry on. We carry on, we carry on. When love is over, when the trust has gone. Looking back on times we had. We used to be such friends. We are still friends. But you took my love away from me. And you broke my heart again. Time is just a masquerade. Time to masquerade. It doesn't heal you like they say. It doesn't heal you like they say. We build the lives we carry on. We build the lives we carry on. Love is over when the trust has gone. Time is just a masquerade. Time is just a masquerade. It doesn't heal you like they say. Like they say. We build the lives we carry on. We build the lives we carry on. But love is over when the trust has gone. 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 When we met, I knew for sure I'd wanna make you mine forevermore. When you held me tight, my fears were fading with the night. Celebrating what we found, a little magic for the first time round. From the very start, I wasn't looking for a broken heart. Now you don't call my name anymore. The look in your eyes, it Heaven sent me an angel down to turn my heart and soul around. So good. Just another night, I take a chance and make it right. Now, no time for doubt anymore. No, no. The look in your eyes could be the same as it was before. I can't let you go. wasn't shining out for free. Now you're gone, I only feel the longing start here in my blue heart. Colors of my rainbow fade like the promises you made. There's only blue when I think of you. On and on the world goes by, dreamers passing through like a bird that cannot fly. All I want is you. Walking down an empty street, memories are bittersweet. Your joy and pain play a sad refrain. Hard to leave the past behind when two lovers' hearts entwine. Alone I cry here in my blue heart. On and on the world goes by, distant.
Hello, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. We're going to start our afternoon by talking about how we can connect across difference through art and culture. Art and culture help shape our social lives. They weave us together. They strengthen civil society and the social fabric. They shed new light on human experience, helping us become more aware and perceptive of our world, both seeing its injustices, which can help spur mobilization against them, and helping us imagine positive visions of how to live together. And at the same time, much of our artistic and cultural institutions are shaped by media and technology. So in this panel, we're going to discuss the role of art in culture and society and how modern platforms tend to constrain art and consolidate culture, and the opportunities to better support art and culture in all their diverse complexities. Our curator is Victoria Ivanova. She's a writer and strategic consultant, currently R&D strategic lead as part of Serpentine's arts technology team. With a focus on systemic and infrastructural conditions that shape socioeconomic, political, and institutional realities, Victoria develops innovative approaches to organizational design, policy, finance, and rights. She is co-founder of an interdisciplinary cultural platform founded in Donetsk, Ukraine, in 2010, as well as of various experiments at the intersection of art and strategy. And then at our panel, we have, someone is missing.
Would it be possible to pull, so we have a hybrid situation. We have somebody zooming in from London, Anna Engelhardt. So I don't know if it's possible to call her in already so there's a sense of presence.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Are we connected with Anna?
We will be, yes.
All right.
Hi.
So here's Anna Engelhardt. Anna is an alias of research-based media artist and writer. Her practice examines post-Soviet cyberspace through a decolonial lens with an overarching aim of dismantling Russian imperialism. These investigations, often produced in collaboration, take on multiple forms of media as they developed, including videos, websites, software interventions, and hardware interfaces. In tandem, she produces writing, lecturing, and publishes to promote decolonial approaches to cyberspace and to situate digital conflicts within a broader colonial matrix. Her works and activities have been featured at Transmediale 2022, Venice Biennale Arquitectura 2021, Arts Electronica 2020, and the 67th International Short Film Festival in Oberhausen. We're so pleased to have her with us. And then we also have Katerina Rusetska, who is co-founder and program curator of the Dnipro Center for Contemporary Culture, an international festival of contemporary art and experimental music construction. She focuses on creating project concepts, curatorship, and management. Katerina completed an internship with Pace Gallery in Beijing, a fellowship program with Arts Link International Fellowships in Oberlin College of Liberal Arts and Science. She leads, curates, and participates in many local international civil society development projects, and she currently volunteers and works with international media to cover the war in Ukraine. Thank you so much for being with us, and I'll hand it over to our curator and moderator,
Curator in residence.
Curator in residence, because she has also helped build this schedule with us, Victoria Ivanova. Thank you.
So, yeah, as mentioned, I have a hybrid role here, so I'm both a speaker and a moderator. And we will be focusing, I guess, on the infrastructural dimension of art and trying to kind of create some sort of a bridge between understanding the civic infrastructural function of the cultural space and contemporary culture production and the infrastructural dimension of technologically engaged artistic practices. And so it's a bit of a bridge to build. In part, it's a synthetic bridge that's kind of informed by the history of, I guess, my practice, which I'll come to in a second. But hopefully we can build that bridge. So let's do it. For a moment, we're going to turn Anna off so that we can turn my presentation on. Wait, that's going to happen. Okay. So, in a kind of typical art way, you know, we're given one brief, but ultimately we're going to talk about something different. So, wasn't entirely sure what to make of connecting across difference through art and culture in the current kind of geopolitical climate, particularly in this part of the world. It almost felt like a slightly, you know, weird direction to go into. And so instead, start thinking about like what needs to be built from a perspective of contemporary cultural production. And how does society, how should policy approach the art field? And so the proposal is to kind of think about art beyond the interface, beyond the output, beyond what we see in exhibition spaces and music venues. All of that is very important, festivals, but to really think about the kind of the depth of the art stack, potentially, both within the civic infrastructural space, but also within technologically and media-oriented experimental artistic practices. But I wanted to kind of premise this sort of infrastructural, operationally minded approach to art and investing into art from the position of how I met both Katerina, Katya, and Anna. So we met first, was it 2018? Yeah, in 2018, as part of European capacity building program, I went to Dnipro to do a couple of workshops with you, Andy, and Julia, all of whom are co-founders of Dnipro Center for Contemporary Culture. And it was like a really kind of beautiful gathering, in part because I come from East Ukraine, Donetsk, where I founded an art organization in 2009, 2010, which in 2014 has been expropriated from us by a pro-Russian Chechen militia as part of Russia's occupation of Donetsk. So for me, it was like a beautiful project to go and see come into life, because I thought like it's great that there is sort of a similar-minded approach in terms of cultural spaces being not just for kind of showing art, but really thinking in depth about the civic role of cultural infrastructure within society. So it was great. We did a lot of like blue sky thinking, you know, kind of scenario building, like what could this become, how it could interface with different aspects of civil society in Dnipro. And at that time, I remember the joke was that the biggest risk was like oligarchic overreach. You know, I think we spent a lot of time like speaking about all the different kind of oligarchic interests in the area, what that meant for culture, etc., not really thinking about the threats that became real in the last 9 months. So that's one thread, and I think the other. So you know, then years onwards, in February 2022. When the full-scale invasion started, and I had already been living in London for quite a while, and you know, being very removed from Ukraine as I saw kind of the horrors unraveling, I was just thinking, you know, as a cultural agent, what is my weapon? Like, what do I pick up to go fight this war? And I realized the only thing that I can pick up really is the power of my network. And so, together with a couple of other like-minded people, some of whom are here, some of whom are on the screen, we coordinated this campaign called "Remove Russia From," which tried to, and also succeeded in ensuring that highly visible cultural institutions such as Venice Biennial, Tate, ICA in London don't have any representation, Russian representation, both at the board level but also the funding level. And it was surprising that it was a struggle, but it really was a struggle, because at that moment there was no like fully formed opinion on those matters. And that's how I met Anna Engelhardt, who has the most incredible kind of research base on the way in which the Russian, kind of the present-day Russian colonial project has been embedded through the soft power of culture and art amongst the most progressive and, let's say, you know, experimentally oriented arts institutions worldwide. So this kind of I guess I just wanted to give this anecdotal evidence of how we met to show how the infrastructural dimension of building cultural organizations really, really matters. And I think today it matters more than ever, as we're, again, you know, facing a really big question as to how to build like the future European kind of cultural infrastructure. Where do the boundaries of Europe actually lie? What is European identity? What is the task of a values-led cultural infrastructure? And I think that relates both to the geopolitical questions, but equally to technological questions. And so I guess this is sort of phase shift. In the last kind of, since 2015, I have been involved primarily in kind of strategic organizational design work in the art field, interested in building out a systems-oriented culture within the contemporary art domain. And that's a project that has been alive for a very long time. So this is a quote by a curator from the late 1960s manifesto called Systems Aesthetics, who kind of recognized the shift towards sort of cybernetically dominant infrastructural arrangement of societies as, you know, he recognized, and he said there's no point then to think of art as static objects. Like, we need to stop thinking about art in terms of the things that we see on walls, in space, and really kind of approach art from a more relational perspective. But this was very difficult to do over the course of the last 60, 70 years, in part because most of policy and investment into the cultural space happens through this idea of content, right? Like, of what is shown to the general public, what is shared with the general public, what is the final artwork, what is the final idea. There's very little kind of attention to what I kind of coined this juxtaposition in 2015 between back end and front end. There's very little attention to the back end development of the cultural sector. And so I, together like with a larger network of peers, we sort of thought it'd be interesting to see how far one can push the cultural imaginary in order to invest more into the infrastructural domain, the back-end domain of organizations and operations. And lo and behold, in 2018, I started working at an arts organization called Serpentine. It's located in London. It's primarily a visual arts organization. But I had been commissioning since about 2014. I had been commissioning artists to develop works that engage with advanced technologies. And the idea was to kind of engage with advanced technologies in a full stack way, and to try ideally to kind of build out like everything that would be required for that final augmented reality or virtual reality or simulated work to be shown in the general public. What they realized very quickly is that actually arts organizations lack the operational capabilities to be able to produce this level of it's kind of as technologically sophisticated work. And so for that reason, we started a non-public facing department called the R&D platform. Wait, let me just move there. That sort of focuses on developing various capabilities that we identified as strategic priorities for very specific like technological landscape. It's sort of informed by the 2018 understanding of the technological landscape. But all of these labs, effectively, they're non-public facing, which is already within a context of a public arts institution in the UK is quite a challenge because the presumption is that in order to deliver public value, you need to have public-facing outputs. So our argument is actually, well, you need spaces that nurture knowledge for the benefit of the public, with the artist kind of being used as a Trojan horse in some ways, as the agent that will be able to deploy that knowledge in order to intervene into kind of technological development in a socially minded, way. So we run these 4 labs around different areas that we believe are really critical for a full stack approach to art production. And we also publish an annual strategic briefing called Future Art Ecosystems. This is the first one from 2020, but effectively it tries to develop this sort of organizational development language within the art space, and through developing this language to kind of secure a level of institutional commitment, give language to policy, and sort of also financial support for the infrastructural development of the art field. So that's number 2, was published in 2021. And the third one, which is actually focuses on decentralized technologies, will be coming out in a month. No, less. Terrible. Okay, so I just want to kind of leave off this very brief overview with 2, I guess, questions that approach art from a slightly maybe not the most intuitive perspective, but I think a perspective that's super important. And so the first one is like how to engage with advanced technologies in a full stack way, where art can be responsive to a wider social agenda without just becoming like an interface layer intervention on a kind of content production level. And this we have, this we see very starkly within the NFT context, where there's like a big difference between an artist who just uses kind of NFT platforms in order to digitize effectively, to give a digital asset existence to their pre-existing kind of final output works, and artists who actually tinker with the mechanisms of smart contracts and kind of the actual mechanics of the technology in order to intervene into how we understand this technology within a wider social context. So there's a really big question as to what needs to happen in order for artists to be able to engage more in this second way rather than the first way, and that's a big project. Equally though, and this is like the civic infrastructure end, is that we understand that cultural spaces are really important for gathering and for some sort of creation of collective imaginaries. And that's very difficult to do in peaceful times within relatively affluent societies. It's perhaps even more difficult, or maybe not, we'll hear from Katerina on this regard, to do in societies that are torn apart by war, conflict, and polarization. So in some ways see a resonance between these 2 questions because they're both infrastructural and kind of organizational questions, and kind of require a plurality of perspectives and know-hows and kind of capabilities in order to answer them well. I'm going to kind of quickly segue into your part, because I sort of, with the story about Izolacja, which is the organization that I co-founded in Donetsk, Ukraine, in 2009, and as I said, in 2014 it was expropriated from us and became a notorious, not so secret prison that has been subject to multiple reports by various international organizations relating to the types of atrocities that take place there. Also became, in most recent times actually, the place where a lot of the Ukrainians who did not pass Russia's filtration camps in Mariupol, where they have been disposed afterwards. So, you know, there is this kind of, I don't know, I'm not sure what the lesson is to be drawn from this, but there is some sort of, I think, kind of a big extended metaphor that is very real for a lot of people who went through this, about the malleability and the kind of infrastructure. And that ultimate infrastructure is something that we really need to fight for and to make more resilient, and that's the case for like our technosocial infrastructure, but it's also the case for our cultural infrastructure. And so sort of on a, I guess, more optimistic note, I will hand it over to you to talk about Dnipro, which has not been occupied by Russians, and, you know, maybe telling the story from when we first met to actually what has happened in the last 9 months. So, should we bring up the website?
Yeah, it would be perfect. Hello everyone, and thank you for a short introduction. My name is Rusetska, and I'm a co-curator and co-initiator of the Dnipro Center for Contemporary Culture, as well a lot of other culture/activist projects. Is it possible to open the? Well, yeah, we are here. Yeah, so we met first actually in 2018. At that point, as I remember, we didn't have a special space for the culture.
You were still based at that university.
Yeah, so actually our organization is a grassroots initiative. We started to work together since 2013, right before the Revolution of Dignity, and then we were developing in the parallel to the war. Our city, like if you see this map, we're here. It's east part of Ukraine, and this red marks, red color shows where is the occupied territories right now, and where is the front line. It's actually changed a bit, I think. It's been good closer now. Yeah, it's closer now to us. So our city from different sides has front line, also more than 300, officially, that's official number, more than 300,000 people fled from other regions to Dnipro, because it's still relatively safe, I would say, but yeah, for example, today, this morning I woke up because there were rockets in my city, and just like 3 kilometers from my parents, so relatively safe. You understand what I mean. So I will start, from 2015, we were doing a festival of experimental music and contemporary art, which is also quite crazy when you have war in your country. You think like, yeah, that's the best time, but it actually is, because there is a lot of transformation going on, and since 2015, a lot of grassroots initiatives and civil society became stronger, and we decided that never or now. In 2018, we already realized that, hey, we need a platform for the culture, and we need...
Because you were nomadic until that stage.
Yeah, we were working in cafes and like renting balcony, for example, for half a year, just to use it as an office, using someone's apartments, and we already had some of we already had quite big community around us. And they were also asking us about, like, hey, guys, let's find some place. We had 4 unsuccessful stories when we were cleaning some spaces, signing contracts, and in the end, when the owners saw this new clean spaces, they were like, yeah, that's actually, thank you guys that you cleaned the space, ciao. And yeah, but at some point in 2018, we got a space, abundant space in the city center, without windows, without toilets, without nothing up there. But it was the first, and probably for now still one of the most successful cases for Ukraine, because we met private business who gave us the space for actually free, and they also decided that they will invest into the construction works and into the renovation. So already when we met in 2018, we were already in the process of negotiation between this private business, city council, and we were enemies before with city, of course. As activists, you're always enemies with municipality and with regional council. So it was a moment for us when we realized that we have to sit on the kind of spagat, I don't know how to... split, and try to find a way how to be still active, still critical, but teach this social responsible business, which was super new thing for Ukraine, and also how to communicate and how to work with the city. It worked well, yeah, and in the end now we have a space. It's almost 3,000 square meters. It's a huge space from 19th century. It looks amazing. Maybe we even can scroll a bit.
Up or down?
I don't know. It's not the right. Can you open the other website? There is also another website. We have a lot of websites. That's about technology. How we communicate with our, with our audience. Yeah. So in the end, it was quite successful. We organized international residency. One of the main focus was actually to build these bridges between our city and the east of Ukraine with the rest of the world. For us, it was also very important to build these partnerships and collaborations with European artists and with European culture experts. We did a lot of exhibitions, we did a lot of festivals. Sometimes it was provocative, sometimes it was maybe too complicated for the audience. And now we go to the, I will maybe slightly move to February. We closed our last exhibition, actually, we had a finissage on February 20th. And the exhibition, we did this exhibition together with a Swiss university, and it was about poetry and performance, and how poetry and performance reacted on the totalitarian regimes since Second World War till the collapse of USSR and East Bloc. And we were discussing a lot about the censorship, propaganda. So in a way, this exhibition was a prophet exhibition. So on February 24th, we stopped all our activities because we didn't know how to react on this. There were definitely not time. It wasn't good time for the culture. We were in a way paralyzed. Emotionally and physically. We didn't know, should we stay in our city or should we go? A part of our team fled to Europe countries, European Union countries. Part stayed. First things that we did, we started to organize events abroad together with our partners in Germany, in Swiss, in Czech Republic, just to collect money for the refugees and for the people who stayed in Ukraine. Then in March, in the end of March, in the beginning of April, we finally realized that actually we have 3 1,000 square meters of a newly renovated building. And that this kind of infrastructure that we can use, but not for culture at that point. And we just decided to invite everyone who needed space, mostly volunteers, organizations who distributed volunteer help to inner displaced persons. And in the end, now we have 10 organizations in our space, 4 local organizations and 6 organizations who joined us in April or May. For example, this photo that was just right before, it's one of the organizations who asked us about the space. They're from Kramatorsk, from a heavily shelled city in Donetsk region. With all of them, we have super nice relationship now, and all the things we give them for free, because we also have the space for free. We started to organize some educational events, and we actually then turned to the social hub, temporary social hub, which is now focusing not on the experimental art and not on the contemporary art, but what we did, we simplified our program, and that was, in a way, for me as a co-curator, painful, and I thought that it would be painful, actually. Yeah, I was like, I need to curate everything. But when you have social hub, it means that you have to
give away the control.
Yes, and you have to be ready that people will do their stuff. And that's amazing, in a way. And yeah, now we have different activities from program for kids, local, and those who came from the occupied territories or territories which is near the front line. We have even exhibitions now, also concerts, discussion program, which became very important for us because we decided to talk, first of all, about how culture can operate during the war, what challenges we and our colleagues have, how actually to go through this time of uncertainty and time of fear. So that's also the way we can share our experience. And from international-oriented institution, we become very local, and that's how it works. No.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, it's so kind of brave, and I guess kind of to have that level of proactive response in the circumstance that you found yourself in is it's absolutely incredible. And I guess you know, this kind of turning to the local and to the community is quite interesting also in terms of the kind of resilience that Ukraine needs today in order to kind of give faith in a future that can be secured. And I think in this space, culture is incredibly important. But I'm wondering, do you feel that there's something still about the translocal and the international that kind of gives you a lot of, if not resources, but at least some kind of leverage of understanding that you're part of a bigger picture? Or do you feel like really kind of locally rooted and very identified with everything that's going on in Dnipro specifically, or Ukraine more generally?
Yeah, of course, we still try to do some events with our partners who are abroad. Also, a lot, like big part of our audience who visited us before, they now not in Dnipro and not even in Ukraine, but they still follow us. And they somewhere here around Europe mostly. So we're still trying to be in contact with them through social medias, through some online interaction. We also, what we do, like for example, now I'm here, and that's also the part of what we do. Though we have our local program, we also try sometimes to do some projects outside, or to be to be present somewhere where we can talk and where we can emphasize Ukrainian voices, where we can talk about the problematic of what we have, and maybe even not just problematic, but also some innovations that we...
What's going to happen next, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in some ways it's a perverse question, but we also understand it's important, and maybe this is actually a good point to transfer to you. So I think let's go with an introduction, then we'll have a conversation, we'll try to bridge the different experiences and perspectives. I don't think
Start?
Audio, yeah.
Okay, you can hear me, okay. Can I ask to disable the audio from the video? Because otherwise I can hear myself speaking and it's... both of them work. Sorry, can you use the video?
Ladies and gentlemen, we made a decision to continue military intervention that Russia started in 2004. This year, Russia occupied Crimean Peninsula with proxy soldiers. Now we feel the need to move military presence forward. Today, I would love to show you the new project of Russian colonialism, the Crimean Bridge. It is the project of national importance that guarantees that Russia will follow the same military strategy against Ukraine. 2014 military intervention made it very clear. If you make an act of aggression, this aggression needs to be outsourced and made invisible. If you desire action, it should be covered by a smokescreen. If you create military infrastructure, it needs to be agreed. Such a bridge is the project we present today that will enable Russian government to freely establish control. The Crimean Bridge is Russian colonialism hidden in plain sight. Indeed, it would not be possible without Russian and Western colonial cooperation. You are invited to learn more about the project. Thank you for your attention.
Can someone hear me? Yeah, that was not the video that was meant to play, sorry. But I can restructure the conversation now. Yeah, the video that just played, sorry, I just disabled my audio because I can hear myself. I can't speak like this. The video that just played was the project that I did several years ago. And in general, I wanted to start on a bit of a different note, saying that in my practice in general, I'm very interested in the digital potential of revealing and so this project that you can see right now was the project that dealt with the Crimean Bridge. It was a colonial infrastructure built by Russia to cement the Crimean occupation. It was a very strategic infrastructure that was meant to make the annexation of the peninsula into 2014 irreversible. So the project, I'm analyzing different aspects of violence that Crimean Bridge inflicts in the area. So not only it created dispossession and violence on the peninsula itself, but also it disrupted the Ukrainian logistics in the region. Sorry, can you move the camera back to the panel, because otherwise it feels I'm talking. Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, it's a very freaking. Yeah, essentially the project dealt with different types of violence that Crimean Bridge was inflicting, and as you saw in the video, Crimean Bridge was not only used to displace local populations, but also to create embargo and disrupt the logistics of Ukrainian ships that were going to the harbors nearby. The video that you just saw ended with Russia unprovokedly targeting two Ukrainian military ships that were attempting to pass under the Crimean Bridge. And then Crimean Bridge, in a similar way, was used in preparation for this full-scale invasion when Russia announced that it could use that Ukrainian military ships were passing danger to the Crimean Bridge. So the logistics of the area was halted for the entire year. That was the last year, the year in preparation for the current full-scale invasion. But what was interesting to me in this project, and I wanted to present it today, is its digital dimension. Because as an artist, I couldn't dream of actually disrupting the physical infrastructure that Russia illegally constructed in the area. I was thinking about the digital dimension of the bridge. If you could put on the second video, that would be great. The video number 2. Yes, thank you very much. So what you can see on the screen toward South Russian, and this more not only like a standalone, and then if you can put the third video as well. So this environment was not a standalone phenomena. The Crimean Bridge was meant to be a symbolic object. It was kind of big infrastructure that existed both offline and online. Online, it was accompanied by the ecosystem, digital ecosystem of blogger Instagram accounts, Telegram channels, immersive experiences, etc. So when I was constructing, if it's possible to play the video number 3. Okay. When I was constructing this that I saw in the very beginning, my idea was to create a doppelganger of the community online and see how it would be possible to interject into the existence of the bridge in the digital environment. It's the same video. Okay, never mind. I think we should move on to the next one, because we don't have a lot of time. If it's possible to explaining what this will be about. So as soon as I'm interested in this digital dimension, since the start of the initial invasion war in the war in the east of Ukraine, is it possible to turn number? I was interested in how in the arts scene, the Moscow art scene, this is Angela. There's Camilla. So I was interested in right, the war in the arts scene were not only being sidelined, but there started appearing a lot of projects inside Russia that would co-opt the language of the digital culture and the creative environments and brand the very aggressive military discourse into those aesthetics that we know as startup aesthetic or creative industry or creative startups, etc. So the project that I would love to present right now is a Telegram bot that I co-created with my collaborator, Sara. This Telegram bot, what's happening with the video? Maybe I can share my screen. Sorry. It's just because I wanted to see show pictures and it's gonna make a lot of sense without them. But yeah.
I think we're having slight technical issues. Sorry, we have to like experiment with this super complex hybrid format through your talk. But maybe if you just can talk very specifically to the Telegram bot project without the images, and then I can share, maybe we can share the, your website where.
Yeah, so essentially, I don't know how many of you are actually Telegram users, but for me, what was interesting in Telegram is that I cannot like interrupt into everyday experiences, but Telegram has a capacity for its everyday users to be the part of their routine. So the idea behind the project is to reintroduce this sideline outcast has been happening into the everyday experience of people who are using the bot. And essentially the bot was meant to reproduce the actual digital environments of Russian propaganda workers. So these are the people that are not very disconnected from the creative circles. As some of you might know, like people who will be doing cultural studies or like philosophy degree in Russia tend to end up writing speeches for Putin. There's this like connection between the creative industry and the politics. So Telegram, which you can find online, if you go to Telegram and experience it yourself for a week, it creates this sort of like online exchange between imaginary figures discussing their experience of working for the propaganda. They would exchange funny stories, frustration with the software, or like their boss being ridiculous, etc. So one of the stories we shared today in particular was we made this character of the Russian fashion designer who was already started in a previous position, fashion house, that ended up serving Russian military defense. So they created a whole fashion show where they were promoting Russian militaries taking part in the occupation of Crimea. That was like one of the big Russian propaganda tropes at the time. So yeah, he starts off with this funny story where he went to the Ministry of Defense for this party after the fashion show, and then he gets to know this person who attracts him more deeper inside of this war machine. So he eventually ends his story on how he was using his design skills to Photoshop the images, and then the user finds out that the story is only half fiction, and the digital images that were presented in the story were essentially the satellite images that were claiming that it didn't down MH17. These images were proven to be photoshopped, so the whole story was based on us trying to imagine who was exactly this person who had enough skill in the Adobe software to Photoshop those satellite images and claim that the war crime didn't happen. So these are essentially two projects that I want to talk about today. I'm really sorry. It was all over the place, but I hope you still...
yeah, no, Anna, we're sorry that we had the dominance of the physical environment that couldn't deal with the digital. But thank you so much for staying with us with the patience. Sorry, guys, this was a slightly messier affair than we had wanted to, but hopefully you could please definitely check out Anna's practice. And yes, talk to you here afterwards. If you have any questions, please come up to us. And Anna, thank you so much for being with us remotely.
Yeah, Anna, if there's a website that people can share now with us? Can you?
Great. We will close out. The stack is yet to be built, clearly.
Yes, we'll be posting on this website, on our Twitter soon, so look out for that, and thank you all so much. We're going to take a short 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for our next session. Thank you. And thank you, Anna. Let's give it 2 minutes. All right, and so we're back to talk about Web3 and the dream of radically distributed governance. All technology is dual use. So Web3, as we know, has been used primarily for financial speculation and extraction, but that same infrastructure can also be repurposed to build radically distributed governance systems and also tools for more networked societies. So today we're going to have a conversation about that with 3 fascinating people. We have with us Julian Zawistowski, who is of course the head of Golem Foundation. Shrey Jain is a researcher and cryptographer on coordination and identity systems at Microsoft. We have with us also Puja Ohlhaver, who is zooming in. Where's Puja? Can she be connected? Hello, Puja. Puja is a lawyer, a philosopher, and entrepreneur, and she was the leading author of a seminal paper called Decentralized Societies, Finding Web3 Soul, which has generated a new generation of applications in Web3 that are trying to capture social attributes about people and communities. Super fascinating. And we also have with us Przemysław Kowalczyk. Przemysław is ahead of the RAMP network, which is doing crypto and fiat bridges. So I'm really excited for this panel today, and I'll hand it over to our moderator, Julian.
Thank you very much for this introduction. So welcome everyone to this panel. We are coming down to earth to like our usual problems of Web3 and radical exchange after those fascinating excursions into the world of art. So I would like to start with a series of like a warm-up questions, and the first one will be loosely related to the topic of that panel. So I would like to ask you to introduce yourself by telling us like what drives you and what you do in that space, and most importantly, why you do that. Maybe we'll just start with Przemek, then Puja, then Shrey.
Absolutely. So I want to make our world a better place. A place where 3 individuals can interact with each other on equal grounds and independently. It can work together. And I think we are not yet there. There's a lot of force that is forcing us and people and human beings that we are not making us equal and not making us cooperate on the equal grounds. And I think the Web3 is the part of answer how we can realize this vision. And that's why my company, RAMP, is building access to this ecosystem. That's what drives me, to enable access to Web3, and by this also realizing the dream of making the world a better place.
Can you tell like one sentence like what RAMP does? Because while RAMP is one of the most successful startups in blockchain space from that part of the world, perhaps not all from the audience know you.
Absolutely. So we're enabling access to Web3 by building fiat to crypto payment gateways. So a gateway for the users of Web3 applications to access Web3 by buying digital assets and using them later on the different applications. You can think of it as a PayPal for Web3.
Is my understanding that it is rather for usage than speculation correct or not?
Sorry?
Is my understanding that this is rather for usage than speculation correct or not?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay, thank you. Puja, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you guys.
Okay, so, hello again.
Hi. So what motivates me? Well, I see a lot of rapid technological change in the world, and I see our politics not keeping pace with technological change. So I'm interested in closing that gap, in upgrading democracy into the 21st century and empowering it and making it assisted with technology, and avoiding technological dystopias that could possibly come our way if we don't do that.
Great, and do you want to tell like a sentence or two about Flashbots, what this is about? Because I understand this is what you do at the moment.
Sure. Flashbots is solving a problem called MEV that exists in blockchains, and it's a rather technical information theory problem, but it is critical to building base layer infrastructure.
Okay, great. Shrey, so I'm not going to ask you like what Microsoft does, but apart from that, the same question to you.
Yeah, I think I've always tried to figure out how I can model the reasons why I work on the things that I do, and I think venture capitalists and a lot of philosophers or thinkers tried to provide these frameworks for how to see the world. I ended up just getting more and more confused as to like why I'm doing the things I am just by reading some of these models, and so I've started to just approach why I work on by saying I have this hypothesis and I'm just going to work short term in figuring out if this hypothesis is true. And my hypothesis right now is that the way we view privacy and the way we view systems of communication is anchored too much on just technology and not enough on social technology. And so in particular, when we think about privacy and humans communicating with one another, we lack the ability to understand that privacy is fundamentally a social problem. It's not anchored in how good our cryptographic primitives are. It's not anchored in purely the math, but it's also bridging with social technology. And so a lot of the work that I'm doing now is trying to build these social data structures with a team of researchers and trying to test this hypothesis, is that if we can build social data structures, can we improve coordination?
Okay, thank you. So now my first question, perhaps to all of you, is about like this is like again a why question, but more about the space, about like the context of what we do. So basically, like Web3 is for good or bad associated usually by the average person rather with speculation, trading, excessive energy footprint. So rather like a lot of things, but not exactly improving how we coordinate decisions, how we can improve democracy, how we can finance public goods. Yet we are here discussing exactly this. So my question is like, why you think that web movement can contribute in that regard, like why this is relevant, and while like this answer to that question might be obvious to all of us here on the panel, and even perhaps from many people from the audience, I think it's like worth going through that basics once again. So I don't know who wants to take that first.
I can take it.
Sure.
So I think you are correct. Looking at blockchain and Web3 technology through the lens of speculation and just financial value extraction from the users is very short-sighted. I think this technology can offer us a lot more. And maybe just going to the foundations of it, I look at the blockchain as a collective decision-making engine that can enable us to make decisions on the greater scale. And why is that? So users can access this blockchain, web technology directly without any intermediaries, any proxies like representatives, governments, or any type of proxy, and can make and blockchain can record the votes based on the preferences of the users. We can reach, thanks to the blockchain, can compute the collective decision, and we can make some automatic actions based on those based on this decision. And what is amazing is that we can build different organizations and different voting mechanisms on top of the Web3 technology, by building so-called DAOs, so the decentralized organizations. And those organizations, and with those organizations, we can test different voting mechanisms and decisions engines. And
box, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess to build onto that is, there's not that many places where we can experiment ideas with real humans. I think there's been some recent work with artificial intelligence and creating what's called the AI economist to simulate different policies and how those policies would potentially impact the real world. And there's some countries that have started to take a very fast route in enabling and onboarding digital democracy tools like Estonia, Taiwan, as well as some other places where there's like regional experiments going on. But Web3 has this community and ethos of taking new ideas and being okay with it completely failing. And I think that is a really good place to experiment with motivated people to see how these ideas could then translate to some of these more traditional institutions as well.
Puja, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, just zooming out on the sandbox experimentation point, I see Web3 as being home to, as the other panelists have said, a lot of experimentation in particularly user-owned and governed networks and communities. And DAOs are a great example of that, where we can reimagine the intersection of markets and politics and technology and democracy, if you will. And it's through these small-scale experiments that we can begin to also reimagine larger-scale distributed coordination across social differences, globally and locally, bridging technology and democracy.
Okay, great, thank you. So we went through this first round of the context, which I think is quite important. So let's get even more context, but the other way around. So Shrey, I hope that perhaps you could tell us more. How do you see radical exchange in the context of Web3? So why exactly, well, I think I know the answer, but I would like to know what you think about it. Why exactly you think that so many people in a Web3 space, me included, find radical exchange ideas so compelling, so interesting?
Yeah, I think if you're in the Web3 space or not, and you read any of the concepts that RxC is pushing, the first feeling that I had was kind of this feeling of refreshing. It was just cool to see that these are ways that people are thinking, and there's a very tactical way that I could apply these ideas, whether they were rooted in ideas like quadratic voting, and there's a very tactical way that I can go and take this idea and implement it into a system. But also in that this first inning of crypto that Puja references sometimes was very focused on these hyper-financialized mechanisms of human interaction. But this focuses on a different way of approaching how we can use distributed systems for coordination. And a lot of these concepts like plural money, common knowledge, or quadratic voting are, again, tactical tools that we can use and experiment with in the distributed ledger ecosystem that a lot of people find refreshing. And I think now we're in this second inning of crypto where a lot of people are starting to experiment with these ideas. And some of us who were recently at DevCon saw a lot of this happening real time, where a lot of people started to engage in these concepts and are building startups that are venture-backed businesses on these concepts. And it's really cool to see how people are taking an interest beyond just the financial institutions. And there's actually financial benefits to building on these concepts as a builder, in that a lot of the lending market today doesn't just depend on having collateral, it depends on uncollateralized lending. And how do we do uncollateralized lending? Well, we have to have some sense of identity. And identity comes in this rich identity in the blockchain ecosystem is inherently a way of representing ourselves in many different axes of the communities we're part of, the DAOs we work with, the NFTs we own. And so these frameworks help us to build that system in a way that feels refreshing as a builder. And so I think that's why people like to engage in it, whether they're a builder, a reader, an observer. And I think that these ideas are only going to continue to persist in the Web3 ecosystem and outside of it as well.
Okay, great. I think I would add to that there are two other things perhaps. So first, like this mechanism design, maybe approach, we will probably agree with that this is very much present both in radical exchange thinking, but also is like the funding idea of blockchains in a way. And the second, probably this is like done by nerds for nerds, which is cool, but perhaps sometimes result in a too strong focus on the tool itself or on the algorithm, and it misses every too often like the social context or the community context, like of things. And I think this is something that is like historically and even today still very much missing from what's happening in a blockchain space. So I would say that what was recently Puja published by you, Vitalik and Glenn in the paper Decentralized Society Finding Web3 Soul, or this is sometimes referred to as SBT's paper, I think. So this is also, I think, quite refreshing for that Web3 space. So Puja, if you could tell us more about that concept and put it in a wider frames of like what's happening in a Web3 and perhaps in the governance. Thanks for that.
Sure. So with DSOC's first premise, by the way, I can hear myself in the feedback. Is it possible to turn that off? Or no? Okay. So anyways, so the kind of first premise of DSOC is understanding that we're social beings and we're individuals differentiated by our communities. Thank you very much. And communities differentiated, by their unique individuals. And so what distributed governance or distributed systems really requires is recognizing that we are these social beings, we're these partial beings, and accounting for our differences and finding consensus across them. So what we did in the paper was introduce a new primitive, a non-transferable NFT called a soulbound token, which Vitalik had written about previously, and using that soulbound token to represent essentially your membership to a social group. And a membership to a social group can come in many forms. It can be credentials, it can be affiliations, it can be communities. But using these constellation of SBTs to represent your constellation of communities. Just doing that alone would unlock a lot of different use cases and solve a lot of problems that Web3 faces today. Some of these problems are like civil resistance governance, quantifying decentralization, within a network or across networks, and generally enabling us to build, decentralized distributed systems as we enter a networked age. And so, no particular, social group, nation state, or set of actors can come to dominate, the distributed network. Is that a fair explanation, or should I go into more detail?
Yeah, I think it's a very fair explanation. Perhaps we'll be able to dig in more into details later, or we'll have like questions for more details from the audience, because I think we'll leave like a last 10 minutes for questions. So thank you. So like that, with those exciting ideas on like bringing soul to Web3, we are still like in a space that is oriented mostly towards financial innovation. And well, obviously that has slowed down a little bit recently. I'm in the space for so many years that like it's this business as usual for me. I know that for people who are a little bit shorter, this is like a crypto winter tragedy, and who knows what. Nevertheless, I can see a lot of satisfaction from old timers like me that this is like a finally time when we will have ability to focus on the real things and not be distracted by all those people like babbling about prices all the time. Still, like, I'm pretty sure that this financial engine is what kept this decentralized space of ours running for the past few years. So, Przemek, my question to you is, as you're probably the closest of all four of us to that financial aspect of blockchains, like, where do you see that headed? So are we going to still repeat the cycles of boost and burst, or is it going to eventually stabilize and blockchain and Web3 will finally move to like meaningful things? Or perhaps this will stay as it is, so we will have both this, like, let's say, like a speculation part and this like a more ideologically oriented part, and they will just, coexist together. So how do you see that?
Well, one. Does it work? One? Okay, thanks. I don't know where we're heading, and it's very hard to predict. But I know that if we go back to the roots and ask what is the financial value that already is delivered by the blockchain, we can find answers there. So the financial aspect of being the financial engine is very important. And the value lies in having the immutable, easy to access, censorship resistance, sound money. It's just about having this parallel monetary system that can be used by people. And when it's useful when you are a citizen of authoritarian, totalitarian government that extracts value from you as a citizen, and you, by using the monetary and financial systems of a given country, can extract value from you. And for example, by random chance, we hired a couple of Venezuelan support agents to RAMP, and they said to us, we don't want to get bolivars, we want to get USD or USDC, so the cryptocurrency. And why is that? Because the bolivars there is a lot of capital controls imposed by the government, and there is also a lot of inflation, and also your money can be just pulled away from your bank and your bank account, so you can lose it very easily. And this is the example of how we can fight those totalitarian, authoritarian governments that limit your freedom.
Yeah, but it isn't. Oh, it works. But isn't that marginal in a way? So like, of course, I love the example you give with that. But this is like a tiny percent of everything that's going on on blockchains.
I mean, like, one prime example that this past weekend we saw was with the Ukraine DAO, is a financial aspect of blockchains that provided tremendous value at a time where it was pretty much one of the only solutions to get money to a system that wasn't able to provide value at. And so, like, that is an outsized return on value. That's a super focus on financial applications of blockchains that can't be discounted.
By the way, what I mean is not that we should disregard financial applications of blockchains. By no means. Like, this is like the fact that there is like a value captured there, that this is like a programmable money in case of Ethereum, as that was like from the beginning the pitch of Ethereum, is of extreme value. I think this allows like a lot of things. What I rather meant that we historically were going through this cycle, of extremely inflated expectations and prices, and then like rapid collapses. So this is like the and that has nothing to do with the financial utility of blockchain assets. This, on the contrary, this is negating most of legitimate uses of these, any uses in fact other than store of value. And even for the store of value, this is like a highly speculative asset. So my question rather is, do you think this has got to flatten out at some point?
I don't want to disregard medium of exchange function and the store of value, as you said, of the cryptocurrencies. Like, this is not important from our perspective, from coming from from Poland, from Europe, from US, but for everyone who is living in those other countries that don't have the same amount of freedom and the same amount of advanced financial services, this is a tremendous superpower that no one before could provide to them. And this is a massive social value delivered by the blockchain. But you're also right that adding the smart component, so the smart contracts on top of this, censorship resistance sound money, provides even more power and even more applications that we can build.
Okay, let's not drift too much into that financial part, which we don't find that exciting. Let's come back to like essential questions about this dream of decentralized, distributed governance. So, what do you think, like all three of us, what are the main challenges ahead at the moment for Web3 governance? And I mean here both technical aspects and social aspects, like whatever you think is of relevance for the distributed governance in Web3 to really take off.
I can talk a bit more on the technical challenges maybe.
Sure.
So I guess starting with the first part of your question is like governance. How do we get governance, or how do we get cooperation? So to get cooperation, we need agents to be able to communicate effectively with one another and be able to recognize each other. So there's like two key problems there. The first is like, how do we communicate with one another on these systems of a blockchain and ensure that I know that you know something and that you know that I know something and have these very rich forms of knowledge. The second is recognition. So how do I even know that I'm interacting with you and that you are the unique individual on the system that I'm communicating with? And so what these two problems boil down into is this identity problem of how do we recognize individuals. And there's a whole suite of research focused on Sybil resistance. How do we identify individuals? How do we represent them technically? What are the technical substrates that we use? Do we use NFTs? Do we use decentralized identifiers, and etc.? And that's the first problem. The second problem is we're not just coordinating with individuals, we're coordinating with collectives. And so how do you represent organizations on chain? Do you represent them through NFTs? How do you put a boundary around who it is that you coordinate with? So this is another problem of like recognition of entities or recognition of collectives. And then the other problem of knowledge distribution is where blockchains can play a very unique role as compared to other systems, as they're able to have two key technical properties that other systems don't have. One is what's called T-consistency. So I know that if I am a ledger or running a node on this network, I know that a prefix of my node is also a prefix of your node, meaning that our data's history is the same. And I also know that within a specific time, we can add data to this network. And so this is very powerful when we want to achieve strong forms of knowledge, because as soon as we append something to the network, then I know that your node has also validated this information. And we've been experimenting with that at Microsoft with our supply chains, where we've seen that changing from using email and Excel spreadsheets for our supply chain to using a blockchain for our Azure stack has saved over $50 million a year. Not because of like DeFi, staking, or all these currency problems, but because we're able to achieve common knowledge. And so if we can generalize this example of using common knowledge as a property that we want to attain in systems, and blockchain can be one of the many vehicles to attain that property, as we're seeing with one of our many supply chains, let's extrapolate that to other supply chains, governance mechanisms for cases like sexual assault reporting, whistleblowing. And there's many cases where I think this will become quite useful, and they can also be useful in drawing boundaries around who it is we're cooperating with.
Great. Puja, Przemek? Yes, Puja?
So I actually want to take a step back and push back on the point you made, Julian, about separating non-financial from financial use cases. I actually think the boundary is not as clear, and in particular, when we think about, for example, Ethereum or other blockchain infrastructure that will be running financial use cases, that infrastructure is very susceptible to being financialized. So I actually think one of the deeper problems is that we have to solve is how to make base layer infrastructure the first and core non-financial use case in crypto. Otherwise, if it becomes financialized, then we have certain information asymmetries that propagate throughout the network, and the network will lead to concentration of power amongst a set of actors over another. So I actually think trying to separate out the financial from non-financial is somewhat of a mistake, and it's really important to see the intersection of the two.
Yeah, I think I agree. As I'm like trying to build a lot of these social data structures now, you realize that these social data structures can actually be enriched by a lot of the properties of blockchains, and they don't necessarily have to be the same type of financial, but even using community currencies as a mechanism for social data structures, we're realizing to be quite powerful, that if we get time can talk about later.
Yeah, this is fascinating. But Puja, do you mean that it may be problematic to build like both like a social applications of like a Web3 governance and financial using the same infrastructure? Is that your point?
Sorry, I couldn't hear anything you said for the last 2 minutes.
So my question was a follow-up question, just to make sure that I understood you correctly. That your point is that it might be difficult to build both like a social governance applications and the infrastructure that is at the same time used for like a heavy financial applications. Is that what you meant?
No, what I mean is that even infrastructure for financial use cases, for DeFi, even that infrastructure should be socially governed and coordinated. And that is actually a non-financial use case that is hitting up against, intersecting with financial use cases and very vulnerable to financialization.
Okay, so maybe I will add the another follow-up question here, because we are all for Ethereum, like extremely happy and excited for proof of stake at the moment, thanks to merge, but yet it introduced like a kind of like a plutocracy on Ethereum to even more extent than before. So how would you comment that in the context of what you just said?
Yeah, I think proof of stake has a lot of challenges and has economies of scale into concentrated power amongst a set of stakeholders or staking pools that are not geographically diverse, and possibly even undermine some of the other properties that a lot of people care about in crypto, for example, like censorship resistance. So I think proof of stake might be the second inning of crypto, but I don't see it as sort of the end state if it wants to maintain its distributed characteristics and decentralization. But of course, there's always mechanisms that we have yet to imagine. So I'm not making a judgment on it yet, but there certainly are plutocratic forces with concentrating stake.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Przemysław, do you want to add anything to that question?
I think what's also is a problem for those organizations on Web3 being successful is relative indifference of the participants. So we can see that there is, like in a lot of votes for the different proposals, there is not that many votes actually given, and there is lack of engagement from those members of the communities. And I think it's a very interesting question, because it shows that it's a problem that I think also shows that why we are voting in the general elections. We are voting in general elections because there is a social obligation, there is a culture of participating during the elections. But if you think about it, the value of your vote is relatively small compared to the millions of others' votes, and it's I would say that it's also interesting sandbox for us to try how to make people actually engaged. And I think the actors, agents in those in those ecosystems are making the rational decision by not voting, because they are not sure that if they can sway and also invest the time and effort into making those decisions. And I think there's a lot of interesting ideas how we can solve this problem. And for example, there's the idea of holographic consensus. Maybe let's not go there because that would be another talk. But I just want to say that this is also interesting sandbox because we can think and experiment on how we can activate and engage participants.
Okay, so I would like to go to questions from the audience, but I have a very, very last question. Let's make it quick. So just tell me, for the future of what we are working on, is it go mainstream? Will we be able to mainstream our ideas to the outside world, and that's both for Web3 and radical exchange, or rather we'll build a kind of an ivory tower or a parallel polis, like a Neil Stephenson's Diamond Age style. So just tell me, mainstream or ivory tower?
It's useless to build ivory tower. We need to strive to build for everyone the tools to use, and I think we should do it in small steps.
Okay, Puja?
Yeah, Shrey. It's too hard to say because it's like if we go the wrong way, I hope it doesn't go mainstream. So, yeah, I think it's just too hard to answer.
Puja, do you want to add to that?
I would like to see some communities really benefited and having massive impact on coordination at a small scale. And to the extent that scales up to mainstream is interesting, but I would first want to see small scale experiments work with massive benefit.
Okay, great. So great, thank you. And questions from the audience.
I'm going to be one of the worst conference participants because it's not going to be a question, it's going to be a comment. So, no, so my name is Zuzanna Warsaw. I move with Open Future Foundation. We are a think tank that focuses on European digital policies. And my background is actually in human rights law and law. So it's curious to hear when you talk about challenges, you say very little about the outreach. And for me, as a person interested in Web3, but also not with technical background, I think one of the major challenges for you guys is for broader audience to at all understand what you're talking about. So I think there's really a need to do this outreach job. And I know it's fascinating to talk among ourselves or yourself, but in order to these kind of ideas have any social impact beyond the financial bubble, you really have to struggle to be able to explain it to audience that doesn't have a technical understanding. And I think there's a very far way to that place still. And with the voting example, I'm sorry, but this is why we have representative democracy. You can't expect every single citizen to make a vote on every single thing every day. This is why we choose representatives who are in the parliament and make those decisions. And of course, I'm all for participative democracy and different forms of participative democracy, but expecting people to vote on everything as professionals do is simply unrealistic.
Can I comment on your comment?
Sure.
Because of course, like reaching out to people and explaining the ideas is important, and obviously, like we are not doing enough. Although this event is an attempt to do that, and I think part of that attempt is to explain that while we do not propose that everyone votes on everything, because that's direct democracy, like Switzerland style, and this is absolutely not what is central to radical exchange or Web3, still like what we argue is, and I think that everyone here will sign under that institutions that we have at the moment, like the ones that you just described, are failing. So we need to experiment to look for the new ways. And in fact, what we do here is to invite everyone for that experimentation. Do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think there's experiments going on with representative democracies in Web3 with delegation, and there's, I think, credit to like RadicalxChange and other institutions that are doing a lot of work in finding ways to educate people. I think similar with like no one really understood HTTPS when the internet first came out. These things take time for us to, for the technical community to build the necessary material. I would say the same applies to a lot of technical fields like machine learning and AI. The people who understand stochastic gradient descent is still quite limited, but there's like a higher level concepts that we can get across to engage the community appropriately, and it would just take a lot of time and investment, and investing in institutions like RadicalxChange and others I think will only further help that mission.
Okay, I think we still have a time for one more question.
Can I comment on the comment? I think I fully agree that the preaching and explaining is important, but what's I think is important is actually to build products, applications, and tools that are useful, that deliver value for the end user. And because just saying, look, this is great, please come to my talk, it's not good enough. They want to have actually tools and products that they want to use. And the technology is going to be useful if it's not going to deliver value. So I would say that I want to attack this problem from the direction of actually building and enabling applications that are delivering value.
Okay, that's the startup way of solving that. Good. Any questions?
Hi, sorry, from the corner. I wonder, in terms of governance, right? Because I think the ways that we think about governance, either sort of at macro state level, intuitively, right? Or then within, let's say, ground-up communities, blockchain communities, one is the level of individual agents. And I think there is almost like a meso conversation that's missing from governance, where what we're trying to achieve is ultimately kind of a better connection between the micro and the macro, right? Through construction of different meso mechanisms. And to that extent, maybe to your comment, I'm not a human rights lawyer, but I used to work in the human rights field, so I can totally see where your comment is coming from. But it seems to be like it is a professionalized conversation of sorts, right? And so it's much more about connecting different sectors in the kind of innovation journey of creating new ecosystems than it is necessarily having the whole population of Poland, right? Understand all the different layers of the blockchain at this precise moment in time. So I'm just wondering, whether you have any comments around the kind of meso ecosystemic construction.
All right. That's a great question. Who would like to take it?
I think Puja is probably the best person to answer that question, but if she doesn't want, I'm also happy to.
So I agree with all these concerns on voting and also this intersection between the micro and macro. I think as a pluralist, we want 1,000 flowers to bloom, and ultimately what we want is bottom-up consensus on what those mechanisms are. And so starting up with bottom-up consensus on a particular, say, social area or local area, whatever mechanism that people agree with, given the differences across our differences, that might percolate up to a different kind of mechanism for voting or achieving consensus across difference. And so I expect across the sort of political social stack, we're going to see different mechanisms. It's not going to be make 1,000 votes, right? It's going to be delegate your voting here, maybe not delegate on more local levels, and we're going to see more, ideally what we would see is power indexed at different social levels with different mechanisms, but the key thing being that there is this legitimacy arising from the consensus, right, of those governed, right, and the governed being the governors, so to speak, at a very bottom up way. So I think the possibility space is much more rich and varied and pluralistic than we can even imagine or anticipate. And so a lot of the concerns you raise are valid, but at the same time, I think we're thinking of a possibility space that is so variegated and rich and far from really anything that we have today.
Also, okay, you know, time is up. Thank you very much.
We'll be back in 15 minutes for our last session. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
your love. 'Cause what you give will come back to you.
you want to test your mics? Okay, so now we're heading to our last session, sadly, but I think that we'll end it on a really interesting note. Today we have here with us Joanna Erbel, who is working on civic activism in very localized contexts. And we also have the honor of having Iryna Solovey with us, coming straight from Kiev. And she's a social innovator who will be sharing with us some of the practices and the realities of doing this type of work in an extremely challenging context, to say the least. So we started this conference talking about big ideas on democracy, and now we're going to discuss how is it that we can implement them in real scenarios with people and communities and concrete challenges. So since we have the honor of having Iryna straight from Kiev with us, I want to start this panel by asking you to share, we'll get into the work of the two of you in a moment, but maybe you can start us off by sharing a bit about how are things in Kiev right now, and what is your perspective on this situation as a social innovator?
Thank you, and glad to be here, and thank you for making space to talk about the reality of cities that we really love, and we're looking forward to work to continue our work with communities. It's not easy because you wake up to sirens, alarms that your city is bombed, and it's happening in Kyiv, it's happening in Lviv, it's happening, and when it's in Kyiv, it's really on media, and be sure that we are bombed second day in a row. For media coverage to focus on that and not focus on Russians failing on the fire line. But there are other cities like Zaporizhia, Mykolaiv, Dnipro, that are bombed nearly every day and people are dying there. It makes us Ukrainians fatalistic and like, okay, you don't know if you will wake up next morning. At the same time, we also know about us Ukrainians as a nation of resilience. We are alive and we are independent state with its history, culture, and really promising perspective, because our parents did a good job and their parents did a good job of surviving and not losing a dream of having our own independent sovereign state. And during the last 8 years, civil society of Ukraine really managed to do a good job. And now people who were busy doing that stuff feel like they have to defend not only our dream, but also our reality. And it's very important for us as those who didn't go to frontline, didn't pick up the arms to defend our borders and our independence and the lives of our people, because it's really colonial genocidal, I don't know how to say it in English correctly, genocide, the genocide war. We are in a way for Russia, not only in some territorial issues, but rather as an example of society, of post-Soviet society, who, if self-organizes and get their stuff together, learns to discuss issues, learns to go into conflicts, learns to do the complicated job of getting citizens, business, and local governments together. It can actually be revitalized and energized with the dream for life in democratic, inclusive society. And we just didn't know, but that by being successful for ourselves, We were really Ukraine-centered in our thinking and our activism. We're gonna be a threat to former empire. But now, by becoming a part of this event, I feel like it helps me to overcome this Ukraine-centered view and approach, and we feel like our fight is not only for Ukraine, but for the free world, and it's really great that there are events like this who give that feeling there's a joint work. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. At RadicalxChange Foundation, we're deeply inspired by the work of hacktivists who are building social fabric and using information technologies with social technologies to reinvigorate a sense of belonging to communities, which is something that has been eroding in the past 15, 20 years, and you can look even further back. And one of our greatest inspirations is the work that is done in Taiwan, also by hacktivist communities, like the ones that you cultivate. And now looking at Eastern Europe, we're also seeing, we've seen some very interesting examples, I think, coming from Estonia with digital voting and digital services, and how those can serve to create opportunities for civic participation. There are a lot of interesting sort of hackathon initiatives and bottom-up organizing. And part of our motivation in coming here to Warsaw is also to shed light on the digital democracy initiatives that are coming from Eastern Europe in general. I think that you're providing an example to the world of how to really embed these ideas that are so talked about, maybe in the blockchain space or in the civic technology or GovTech space. How is it that we can really integrate them in our local contexts? So we're deeply honored to have you here, and especially in a challenging time like this, challenging to say the very least, a tragical time. So to get us started with our conversation about civic hacktivism and social technologies, could you share first, you, Iryna, with us a little bit about your work and what you're doing at Garage Gang?
Thank you. This has been like 13 years already. We started really informally in 2008. The inspiration for us was if you remember, global financial crisis. We thought this is really shitty situation. We have enough ideas, enough talented people, and enough of professional background to organize things differently. So we were acting kind of in crisis, but from the feeling of proficit, it was at the moment when the world and Europe specifically was really formed with the idea of creative cities. So we pick up this model of Charles, I remember his name, is really the long road today. Yes, true. He suggested that there is a certain sequence that you should go if you want to transform your city into creative hub. And first you work on the connections, then you work on ideas, and then you work on actions, spaces, and markets. And so year by year we were taking one factor and would go to Ukrainian cities to activate it. So at first we were explaining to people what is creative cities. So you can imagine in 2010 we went to 5 cities. We bought a traveling van, we changed it into a mobile office, and we brought it to the central square of the cities. We stayed there for 5 days, and people would pass through us, and we show movies, dance together, read poetry, have exhibitions. Like in Ohlhaver, we had like 70 events, of course organized with local activists, and especially those focused on arts and culture. So year by year we would activate the factor. For example, we have now a crowdfunding platform called called Big Idea, which we created because we realized that people have a lot of ideas, they're open to new things, but they cannot apply for big grants or complicated political advocacy stuff. Before you start doing reforms, you actually have to give people a positive experience when they can implement their own ideas, when they emerge as leaders with positively confirmed changes that they can do it, and then of course you will get more and more support for the reforms that are more complicated and take time and effort to implement. So we were successful to implement that model. We start from to show you the radical change that happened in 10 years. It's like in 2010, we explain people what creative city is. In 2018, creative industries go into the law, so it's recognized by state and receives funding from the state. And the mantra of IT industry, which didn't have any charm before, and now where the creative industry is making the most contribution to the economy. So if you act small but keep a radical perspective of big idea in front of you, you will. We thought it's going to take us the entire our life to change something in Ukraine. The atmosphere was like this. You, no matter how much effort you put, nothing will change. And we're like, okay, it's going to be our samurai road. And then in 10 years, it's implemented. We're like, okay, what do we do now? So now we have a new perspective, a new strategy, and if we have time, we can discuss that too.
Yeah, that would be lovely. But first, let's go into Joanna's work. Can you tell us about the work you're doing here in Warsaw?
Yeah, hi. Currently, I'm working on a cooperative, which aim is to restart cooperative movement in Poland, and part of which is launching platform cooperatives. But what we are trying to do, we are trying to be a kind of mediator between all the cooperative movements. So people who are probably like average 70, 60. Most of them are, of course, men, because this is the core of the cooperative movement, but they are very enrooted in the local communities, and they are somehow anti-capitalistic in the way of the capitalism that we know. So we treat them as a good partner, but because what we are trying to do, we are trying to use technology as a tool to change our reality, which is the material reality. Like my background is that I'm the urban activism. I'm one of the people who started like Warsaw urban movement. So if you see like bike lanes, green spaces, it's due to us. It's our success. And so and somehow I'm in the similar situation that you do, that somehow your postulates are in the mainstream, and what you do next. And what we do next, we know that now if you think about a smart city of the new generation, you have to build like the local resilience, so you have to go into economical perspective. It's not only participation and getting people involved in the participatory practices, because they are quite developed in Poland. We have as well the iteration of the Barcelonian platform, the CDIM. It's Gdynia made its Polish version. It's called Gdyńska Platforma Dialogu. So Gdynia platform for dialogue. It's like open source, so every city can use it. But what we are trying to show that now you have to go into public space, look around, and see what does it mean to be a smart city. And the first generation, which you probably know of the smart city, was the idea that you have the big tech who is coming into big cities, giving you the infrastructure, the hardware, and they are getting the data. We don't care because everything is in the cloud, it's invisible, and because we are fighting for the public space, which is a material space. And what we are trying to show, and what I'm trying to show when I talk with the local government, that the digital space is part of the hybrid space we live on the everyday basis. So you cannot talk about good public space when you are forgetting about the digital space, because we are hybrid people. And what is huge mistakes that I think we are still making, that we are dividing discussion about public space from the discussions from the digital space, because we are a closed environment.
I'm the person who is coming from the more material perspective, so I'm really happy to be here with you because I think we are taking part in a very huge revolution. That we have to translate all the very complex tools that you created into something which is more accessible to the everyday people who want to have something which is not made by hackers for hackers. That it's so. Difficult, but it's much easier and it's intellectually much easier. And one of the examples how we are trying to show how you can think about smart city of the future or the democratic hybrid space of the future, it's asking people whether they know how much city earns on the parking lots of this smart city infrastructure, which is led usually by foreign companies. And if you take city, for example, of Chrzanów, which is our partner of 50,000 people, they used to get 30% of the money in the system paid by the people who are parking. At the moment, they are getting only 2%. Because the big players divided the market and they are giving the dumping payment. So we are saying, like, come on, it's not fair. We don't have the influence on the public, on the mobility politics. We pay for it. The only thing that is our gain is that it's a kind of organized, and you've got the lanes which are painted and repainted by the huge tech. But maybe it would be better if we would develop together with the city council development cooperative and all invest our time and knowledge and decide how much we would like to pay and on which terms we would like to use, for example, these parking spaces.
So how do you achieve that? How are you able to increase that, say, over the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure that is around us?
We are not talking only about the digital infrastructure because we are starting with the physical infrastructures. We are saying, for example, that if you have like empty lots, you can use it together with people and then have an addition which is like digital. At the moment, we are talking as well with the city of Włocławek, which is interested in creating their own local shop with the local product to strengthen local businesses. Because in Poland we have the problem that our local market are the market like Lidl or Biedronka, which is Jeronimo Martins. And what is really the interesting moment that small city council of the smaller cities decided to realize that the deal between them and the big companies is not fair. Big cities still think that they are part of the smart city project, like New York, London, and so on. And small cities know that they have to change their strategy because they don't get taxes and they don't have any influence. So at the moment we are making the narration work, and hopefully soon we'll be developing first development strategies in different size cities, like from Dąbrowa Górnicza, which is 250 city, and the core of this development cooperative will be a place similar to the one that we are here, but a future surrounded by new housing. But for example, in Seine, which is on the border of Lithuania, will have the local market with its digital version. So you can like shop in person, but you can shop online, or you can order some stuff and pick it in person and buy something more, and then stay in the countryside. Probably for you it sounds very basic, but when we want to work with like local people and local governments, we have to focus on things that probably for many of you they are simply boring because they are simple. And for me, like innovation, it's in the place when you contact abstract ideas and digital solution with the really harsh materiality. And
yes, I couldn't agree more. So speaking about harsh materialities, Iryna, how has your work changed after first all of the achievements that you've made, but also after the war began?
It's what's different during the past half a year. Ukrainians get active, highly active. So we have growth of civic organization being registered 12 times the quantity of the last year. So it's people who bother to go and register their organization. You can imagine how many more people don't bother to register. So we don't know. It's really like extreme growth. But what? Yeah, and this sounds like a dream of anybody who would have all this panel, like how do we grow the civil society in Ukraine? You start the war, the big war. Unfortunately, this is the reality. The revolution and wars do push civil society to grow. That's why I personally am a fan of that type of work. When you go slowly, day by day, by small things, you change. So there is no blood, there is no tears. And what it means for us, for example, for our platform, you build certain knowledge that is available to society, how to use your instruments, what it means to like activate the community, what you need to grow, to develop, and then a lot of people coming in and they start to kind of reestablish things because they don't have time to learn how things were done before. So they need bigger money. They need this money faster. They cannot report it. You dream like, okay, you report at this level, and next year we're gonna do better. So you report even better. But then new people arrive like, no.
The work starts from
yes.
zero. Yeah.
But still, for example, I was an expert on one of our local kind of conversation about civil society, and me as an expert, I was really humbled by what people are doing in cities like Zaporizhzhia, Dnipro, Ivano-Frankivsk, like really amazing stuff.
Can you describe this initiative?
They would, for example, quickly in few months rebuild like old housing to make it livable for people, and really nice because urbanists, they know how to do stuff quickly, and if they get enough volunteers, it's really how fast things can be done and done nicely and smartly. Other people, for example, they would relocate from Mariupol and then go to Zaporizhzhia, but stay active, organize like food, humanitarian aid, of course, medicine stuff, and some other stuff that they don't talk about. But it's really the amount and the intensity is huge. And me, I'm like thinking as a social innovator, you really need to think ahead because you can start small, so you need to understand what small thing you can do now, so it pushes the big picture. And I'm like, okay, these people doing this big stuff. And then, like, okay, they asked me, so share what you know as an expert. And I did share. And I would mention a lot what work we started to do. And after the 2020, we paid attention to team environment. It's also very hybrid now. And we realized, and also I really celebrate you going for the economical kind of, I don't know, sphere in society, because that's what we think it makes sense now. 10 years ago, I wouldn't think that being a social innovator, social activist, you will go to generate instruments, build instruments to help business, so business can survive this time of intensive change, complex change, so your society has money to fund those changes, because if we really want changes and we don't want to depend so much on our partners in Europe or in States to sustain that agency that we kind of got on the cultural level, your next step logically is to see what makes business resilient. So, and realized our Ukrainian business doesn't realize the challenges that the global changes of citizenship are bringing to the labor market. The way we start to see ourselves as citizens that do not limit their role to voters, but they want to actually actively co-create the environment they live in, working, changes the labor market entirely, because now you will not go to work where the pay is the highest, but work is the meaningless. You will look for the meaning first. You will do care about economical side, but you don't care about job security anymore. You want to have between job security. Then if your work is not good for you to allow to do the volunteer or activism work you want to do, you will change it because you don't think in terms of preserving the job. You think in terms of can I survive that period? I cannot find the job that helps me to do my work. People start to have like lifetime project, and they take the job that helps them to build that influence, that impact they want to have in the world. And Ukrainian business is not good at watching those trends. And we don't have analytical capacity, unfortunately, in society. Like, for example, American society has. They have McKinsey that puts that all in numbers and already gives some sort of advice. I think we're better with approaching that, but still, there is at least analytics there. So, returning to the story about the civil society meeting and discussing our issues, they didn't react to anything I said on society, structure, but what they did react when I asked them what was useful for what I told you, they all mentioned stuff that they speak about teams and how people work now. So this subject of resilient teams, we call it not resilient, we call it balanced team, because we view team as an ecosystem. Most of them who give me feedback, they reacted to that part. So we realized it's not only, even though you can be really important player and of current situation, the challenges that the society is experiencing are nearly the same. So it's difficult for business to work with, because labor market is treating everybody equally in a sense. So it's interesting moment that while you have the necessity and capacity to go bigger on a civil impact, you're still dealing with the challenges that are common to the entire society. And now it's a global challenge. It's how to build teams that are satisfying to people, and that still economically make sense to business, because it's an economical system is very much related to political system, to civil system. It's an illusion that we can separate it.
So I want to get more into this question of team building and collaboration, but I'm curious about one thing. So the two of you are working with economic platforms, right? With platform cooperatives and with tools for crowdfunding, so that you can sort of empower individuals and groups to have more ownership over their work and the infrastructure that they're building and using in their daily lives. So we're here at an event that has lots of people who are in the blockchain world, which is also committed to providing financial infrastructures for individuals and communities, but is often disconnected from neighborhoods, communities, cities, real social fabric. So what is the message that you'd like to get across for people who are building in this environment about how is it that this technology can be really meaningful or not? What are blockchain people failing at, in your view?
I think I don't think it's about failing. I think each of us has got its own role to do, and what, for example, I think we are working on changing a wider view on the economy and showing that blockchain technology or the alternative currencies will be the easiest way to solve our problems. For example, tracking food. And showing what is the difference between food that is grown locally and the one that comes from Asia, and or showing the transaction, who was involved in creating something, and showing people that very highly developed technology can give them two things what people in Poland want to have. They want to have influence, and they want to have information. So they don't want to be cheated. And what is really weird in our country that we have very low level of trust towards everything apart from technology. We really trust technology. If you had this European researchers where Europeans say that they would trust more artificial intelligence, even knowing how nasty it can be, than politicians. We are in the top of this votes, which is really good. But what you need is to show the average people that it's blockchain is not nasty, local currencies are not something weird, but it can be simple. And somehow big companies are helping us, the big commercial chains, for example, the Żabka chains, the one in the Small Froggies franchise. They are implementing something what they call Żabs. So they are like tokens that you can collect for buying stuff, and then that you can exchange them for something else. They have learned, people in Poland, that if you want discount, you show your app. Now the shops don't give any discount, but they still ask you for showing your app, so you leave your data. And when you have a society which is trained more and more in using the technology, somehow it would be easier for all us saying, okay, this is corporate technology, but we have something which is alternative, is good for you. You will have access to your data. You will have control of what happens with your data, how it's used, or you can use create alternative currencies. For example, what we were talking before this discussion, when we are developing our cooperative models, our main addresses is the local middle class. So we say it would be nice if local people who have some savings could keep them not in bank or buying tokenized apartment in Spain or NFT or something ridiculous, but they could put it in this development cooperative, so we could together build an urban farm with co-work, with nursery and stuff like this. Part of this will be commercial, the money will be used for something good. And
have you introduced any Web3 systems within the communities that you're working with?
Not yet, but what I want to finish. But what we want to do is to show that people not only can pay by money, but they can pay by their work or their intellectual input. Yes. And to count this input, you need some alternative currency. We use the word token, or in Polish bon, not to make it scary. So we are trying to use this idea that doing volunteer work is as well a work that should be counted in, and we need alternative currency simply to exchange it and to make it fair, because now it's not fair because people are doing a lot of voluntary work and which is not valued.
If I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that sort of traditional cryptocurrencies are expressing financial values, but if we can have alternative currencies that are also expressing other forms of contributions that you can make to your community. Or I think I also... No,
I'm not saying that blockchain is into like the conservative meaning of money. I say that we need different story about society to show that all the things that are now recognized as really alternative, difficult, only for hackers, can be part of our everyday experience, because we are more open to the innovations that we think that we are.
So it gives us sort of new, these new tactical architectures sort of offer us the opportunity to imbue our economic systems with a different set of values.
Somehow, yeah.
Let me continue on that story, because we actually went further and thought what could be actually done if we can account for that contribution. Because we're a crowdfunding platform, so for us it's interesting. We have this financial contribution. It's charity or giving. It's not charity because it's not to give to feel bad about yourself. It's really a contribution, a stake. It's about belonging, of becoming a part, really participatory act, to be part of something that you want to see around. And for us it's interesting to see, to sort that contribution. So now we're using this model of creative city capitals. It's cultural, human capital, social capital, and infrastructural capital. So it's very simple. Somewhere in Singapore they have really a lot of indicators, and they do a good job collecting government to collect all the data. But we think even if we use it as a narrative to see if our cities, our communities are developing in a more or less balanced way. Because if you have only cultural capital, great values, but no trust as a social value, or no low human capital, you would have a radicalization of society, not maybe in a very good way, because it's a lot of energy, but you cannot use it constructively. Yeah. So we think our narrative at this today, as for today, because we have a narrative for the next day, and we think that actually co-funding system that we are promoting now in Ukraine, and we'll also suggest to our European partners, when citizens, business, and local governments, they can co-fund those changes, those projects that contribute to all of those 4 capitals, and then they can pay it. For example, you don't need to bring it all to one platform like ours. The data from different platforms can be combined, from business can be combined, from local government can be combined. All you need is just to mark it somehow, like add like metadata to data, and then you can have a picture of what's going on in your community. And we know from our experience, even if we tell a story of community in art form, it strengthens community like really a lot, because if you know yourself, you can act in that story. You start to play an active role. So where we see it's going, and where I think, I personally definitely committed to make this story real. We think that where the global story should get radical is that now data, and I'm so happy to be here. I'm like, oh, my person speaking my stuff. Oh my God. Government and business now are using data. Business even learn how to earn on it. Government not yet knows how to use it. They just collect it. They can have access to it. But citizens, they are the main data prosumers. They produce a lot of data, and they could consume some data if we build an infrastructure for the citizens who feel that they don't want to be just voters and technical voters, not going anywhere because my vote will be misused, but actually those who want to co-create. And I'm thinking of such concept as data pocket, which means that it's like a data lake in corporations, but personal one. So you can just collect and keep data sorted, not sorted, raw, and we're thinking that there is already an I was thinking about this idea like 3 years, 16, 18, 19. Then I realized only one guy thinks about something similar, Lee. He has Open Data Institute, but what we need to democratize is to provide infrastructure for citizens, regular citizens, who, for example, vote now in participatory budget of community, or contribute financially at the crowdfunding platforms, or contribute with their time as volunteers, or contribute there intellectually. If they are part of some teams of some community projects, it really easily can be registered. And on one hand, we have better picture of understanding what works, what doesn't work. It's a regular analytical work, but also we would like for citizens to be able to get their data assets or I don't know how to call it properly. So they can contribute it as well as money. So for example, there will be a data market where you can, there is a request sent, and as a citizen you can contribute your data to help with this analytics, and then you get back your data, and you get back data used, like the results of that analytical work also. Okay, it's a concept, so it's a bit messy, but
in a participatory process,
yes,
or being interviewed by the researcher when the researcher gives you the...
And then it's registered, because you still do it mostly online now. So, but now, as a main citizens, and I'm pointing at myself because I'm the type of citizen, when we produce a lot of data, but we cannot use it, and we don't have infrastructure for citizens to earn something, I think money also with this, and I think we can get there in 10 or 20 years.
Okay, I have one more question. We don't have a lot of time, but I'm super curious. So you're talking about ways in which individuals and communities can have sort of a lot more agency over what they're producing and what they're consuming as well in the infrastructure around them. What do you see as the right role for government institutions today? So you have a very sophisticated vision of how individuals and communities can sort of have much more ownership and agency over their own environments. Where does the government come in? What's the appropriate role or the nature of the relationship between government institutions and local communities?
Asking this question in Poland, when you have the government which would like to control your every step, they would like to control how much pornography you watch. This is what they are talking about in the parliament at the moment. So at the moment, government is not a partner. That we are talking about, like this alternative networks and this kind of cooperative groups. And
I asked this question. I'll add a bit more of context, which is that you, Joanna, were candidate for the city of Warsaw, for mayor of Warsaw, and you talk about how you are trying to implement these changes in government in getting government institutions to fund and support cooperatives in developing public infrastructure. You're talking about how Creative Cities made its way through legislation, and I think that's very, very unique because it's a contrast. It's in contrast with a vision of technology as a way to sort of liberate yourselves fully from governments and not have to collaborate with them. So I'm curious to know more about sort of what's your vision for the appropriate role of government, and how is it that government and civil society
I think to help create infrastructure to transparently use the data and to sort it, because we have in Warsaw basis of open data, of open data, and if you are not a professional, you cannot use it. But when you try to put it really to the ground, for us it would be very valuable for the local communities, whether to know how many of the customers of the local restaurants are the incomers who park illegally, or how many of them are the local society. How many of the cars that are marking the traffic are the people who are not paying the taxes because they move out of the city. And
so
they
governments as sort of information ledgers and digital infrastructure providers?
Yes, probably yes, because for me, like cooperation between different sectors, government and non-government and private and all the other like citizens movement, there are like 4 legs that allows you to have the full transparency and the whole stability. As a member of the urban movements, we always try to whether we are asked whether if you are a member of an urban movement you should go for a public role or do something else. We say that we have to be everywhere because we are fighting for the whole reality, not only for the part of it. We don't want to have an alternative bubble.
Yes, when we talk about this like role, and we need to remember that we talk about vacuum, like ideal situation, because digital infrastructure in Ukraine we have, it's not bad, but we still realize it's a political project. So keeping that in mind, in ideal situation, I think that government, its role in any time is to scale the norm. Norm is formed by business because business checks it for vitality, that it can survive. Culture creates a lot of ideas, innovation, so new values emerge. Then something gets normalized through economic activity, and then that norm that checked that it's viable gets scaled. So in that sense, assuming that we have this reality where data pocket not anymore a concept but some MVP, then I see state as this data ecosystem and the infrastructure for where the state guarantees something and guarantees, for example, that this exchange of data, we imagine there is such like technology and because technology is still going there. It's not there. I checked. At least a year ago, it was not there, ready for this concept. But state as data health and data ecosystem would be. That's how I imagine it. Let's see in 10 years where we are and check our.
Or 5.
Yeah, maybe in Ukraine we take it. You know, like we still have a war to win.
Jack is signaling to me that we should be wrapping up, but I want to, since we don't have a session after this, I want to give our audience the opportunity to ask questions. So maybe someone can take a microphone, and are there any questions out there?
Can be just a reaction, not necessarily a
Or
question.
a comment,
Questions are hard, I know.
Don't be shy.
A bit of a lateral question, maybe, but you mentioned about Ukrainian digital infrastructure. I guess you're talking about the app. Can you make a quick comment, like as an Ukrainian, what's your opinion on this, like government provided digital infrastructure?
Okay, what was good, and I think they reacted quickly in terms of 2020 pandemic, when you could upload your COVID pass. It was convenient because you go any restaurant and you show it. And what was also good there, so what I like, just continuing, because you with that question you give me a space to continue. I really believe that we can do things now, even with the technology at the level it is now. For example, I see a potential in bringing blockchain to real estate now in Ukraine, because a lot of housing will be rebuilt. It would be nice, at least for that section that will be rebuilt, to already do it in applying this technology. So and later it will just scale and How so? For example, who gave the money? How much time it took to build it? How who will be living there? So it's transparent, because when you go like GDP, it looks like nice, but then it happens somewhere and not where it's needed, and you know way to check it. And then whenever there is a crisis, it's the place where you need to start doing things in a way that you are better afterwards than you were before. If it was ruined, then there is no sense to just rebuild it to the point where it was before. It's really we need to make an effort, concentrated, focused effort to add the new reality to something we build now. So that's why when we go even to the smallest community, like villages or small cities, we really also see a big potential working with small cities. We come there with the most new thinking we come up, and it works in the small communities. And bigger communities, they have the resources and people and everything to replicate. They just need somewhere how it works. People are good at mimicking, and all you need to kind of role model, that's it.
Any other questions?
So as you are talking about those smaller communities, what are your kind of strategies to build trust towards those solutions, to kind of engage people, or just to make them adopt them fully? Because I understand those people who have not only financial resources to understand them, like in these bigger towns, they also have these cognitive capacities to better understand and therefore maybe trust the solutions. But how do you work with the smaller communities?
I'll be short, and then maybe you can add. When we come to communities, and smaller communities even more, we think these people are more cognitively capable than us, because we come to the environment we know nothing about. We know everything about the environments we used to work, and then while we were working in different cities, it's already changed, so we also, like, if we're fair enough, we don't know anymore what's happening there. So when you come, and with the trust to the context and with the idea that people who live there know their communities better than you have a chance. And then it just, after that, it goes naturally. When you start asking questions and you listen and you share only the expertise you're good on and the team you are coming and you demonstrate the relationship in your team, that every opinion is respected, you apply your rank correctly, frame it that, for example, I have experience in this, can I add my thinking, you should take account, and then you step back and allow people to also bring their rank. Sometimes it's a social rank in community. It works. It's really, really easy and pleasant. It's when you think that people are somehow incapable and you are such a helper and you come and you bring your agenda and people like, so what, you have an agenda, okay. It doesn't work. Even now, a short example, in Chernihiv, they come from they have a background in government, so they know how to take resources from Ministry of Culture, and they want to rebuild the library. No roof. And they go, okay, we have the money, we have the project, we're gonna put the roof, winter is coming. And people are like, no. Because they don't want to lose this agency. This agency, even it's not manifested, it's there because it's natural. And then it's a matter of giving space for that agency to show up and be patient enough. Be patient and trustful, because why would I show you my agency? And okay, you're listening, okay. Oh, you're understanding, oh, you even care, okay. There are good methodologies. One I would recommend is appreciative inquiry. It works everywhere and it's very safe, it's very ecological, so you will not go wrong with this. Try to Google it, like appreciative inquiry. 3 questions and it activates any community.
Okay, for me what strengthens trust is practice of doing things together, what is necessary. We as a cooperative, we have really different projects. Some of them are around food farms, some of them are around energy, some of them are around digital tools. And what we are trying to do is to strengthen ideas of the local leaders. And sometimes there are people who are people from the administration, sometimes they are leaders of the NGO or different groups. We often fail because sometimes priorities differ, and we as well know that sometimes you need time because you are thinking not only with your mind but as well with your body, so you sometimes need to adapt to a new situation, or sometimes you have to change your thinking. So I think like strengthening leaders, giving us time and being really close to people's needs is the only solution.
Well, the short story about the failure, because we have this story with my team where I think we were successful. My team still thinks they failed, like when you say we failed sometimes. It was Slavutich near the Chernobyl, a small city, and we had this program, we come, we do a mural, okay. So we come up with this idea of having a mural. And then somebody on Facebook said, but we don't like this idea for mural, let's not do it. And then our artist who was with us on the team said, okay, tomorrow at 2 o'clock, if you don't come and do not show that you really don't want it, we're gonna make it. And you imagine the work day, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a lot of people come and really active. They're gonna not let us do it. We didn't do it finally. And I was so happy because I was in Germany at the conference and they showed me the drawing, like it's horrible. And I cannot tell to my team, like it's horrible, don't do it. It's my team, I should respect those decisions. But so people stopped. But why I think it's a success? Because your purpose is to activate the local community. And if the local community activates not to let you do horrible mural. It's success. But I didn't tell my team it was horrible mural. I just said, okay, it's sometimes like this.
Sounds good. Well, this is a lovely story and an amazing conversation. Thank you so much for being with us. And thank you to all of you for staying up until the end with us in this conversation. I think it was super inspirational to hear about the work that the two of you are doing. And I hope that we can continue being in touch and collaborating as RadicalxChange Foundation.
Thanks, we're open.
Thanks.
It's a wrap. Thank you.